Hello all you wonderful beings and welcome back to the stream. I am Raw Zim, currently as Squirrel the Drackle, or Dragon Lucario if you prefer, and this is Factorio. Gotta have ourselves some fun with this game. We gotta get that yellow science being produced now. Especially now that we actually have biomatter being produced finally. Not in very large quantities, but it is being produced. Technically. Honestly, it should be enough for our needs. Hopefully. But we're just gonna feed this underground and go that route to get it over where we need it. I just don't want to bother fighting to get it over into this. So, yeah. Get that there. Control B. Start, why is that there? Where the heck is that? What, Kieran? I think I know why those chips were just sitting there, though. Oh, crap. Seriously, why is this base not attacking more? Like, come on, I set this all up to be super well defended, and they're not even going at it. Ugh. Yeah, I think this was supposed to go on the bus over there. So, let's go ahead and get that set up. Dang it. There. That is a great question. Hello, all pal. Actually, no, I know exactly where they are. The wheels on this bus are right here, Toshime. Yeah, we got our iron gear wheels right here. There you go. They're not square. They're toothed. Oh, crap. Okay. We, fixed that. Sort of. Okay. We are now feeding biomatter into these. Oh, I got a lot of biomatter. So yeah, there we go. We got biomatter production. It's being fed into there. They are producing. We've got all this stuff going up there to get that processed. I think we're doing okay now. Except for the army of drones that keep trying to deliver stuff to me and take stuff away. So I'll actually be right back, everybody. Sorry about that. I needed more hydration. Alright. So now that we got that going, how the heck do we produce the yellow science? Probably not helpful to look in there. Oh, God. Right. Satellite telemetry. Battery, advanced circuit, glass, okay. Oh, hi, Salt. I have too much stuff I can craft. Actually. Oh. Is this the last... This is the last tech card? I mean, I know there's definitely other forms of science. Like, whatever the hell this is. Space science pack? I'm confused why there's a fish. This whole rocket launch product's one fish. That is very confusing to me. But what I want to know... Oh! 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 Oh, no! Why? Why are there so many? Why? Oh, God. Lost my headset for a moment. But seriously. There's so many. Why? Just why? Ah! Ah, yes, indeed. Cosmic water. Uh-huh. Yes. Um... I am not rich, Tony Tins. I am pretty sure that you included it, Lightning Dragon. But you might have said, hey, you probably shouldn't use it.
Escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space!
Why? You know, I'm pretty sure there's the space with 3 A's. I think that's a sound effect. I don't think I can do space trains, which kind of sucks because I like space, or I like trains. The trains are fun. But yeah, try exclamation point space with 3 A's. I don't remember if I've still got that. Okay, I guess I don't. I used to have a sound effect for the space orb from Portal. Oh! 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 There's only one thing left to do.
Nuclear launch detected.
Only one thing. Okay, and I have recovered and stuff. Go place your troops, everybody. Let's go ahead and do this. What's the worst that could happen? I'm sure there's no possibility of biters coming and absolutely destroying my base, leaving me unable to continue with the game at all. And, yeah, definitely not. Right, definitely not. Yes, Robert. Continued descent into a madness. Though I guess now, at this point, it's continue ascent into madness. Lightning Dragon, I am going to choose to blame Burnin' Sun.
Jimmond_ wants you to fight 5 of the things.
Sure. Oh, there's my car. I was like, where the hell's my car? Because I was gonna go do that. But then I couldn't find my car. And so I was like, where's my car? And then I was like, well, I was gonna go do that. But where was my car? I didn't know where my car was. So I couldn't really go do that without my car, you know? I gotta have my car to go do that. But then I was like, where's my car? To go do that. To go find my car. To go do that and fight the 5 things with my car. But I couldn't find my car, so I was like, where's my car at? Where'd the car doing? Where'd the car at? Ah! My car died so suddenly that the game still thinks I'm in a car and still has the cruise and brake buttons. I don't even know at this point. Let's just make a new car. Yeah. A new car. That's all I need. Just a new car. And everything will be fine. Yes. Everything. Just fine. Just fine. I'd ask if my sacrifice there counted for the card, but I know the answer. I know that cruel, dark answer. Just 1 out of 5. Let's just drive along. Oh, there you go, everybody. I bought 5 of the things. Yes, sirree. I'm buying a little bit more. For the sake of the content, man. The sake of the content. There we go. I've destroyed 5 of them. I hope you're happy there, gaming. That's nice there. I think my companions are about to die. I do hope they make it back to me alive. Oh goody, they did. Away. Gonna be more careful around you there, Devil Train.
Jimond_ wants you to walk for 30 seconds.
Well then, I guess I'm just gonna sit here in this car for the next 30 seconds. Just waiting for it to be done. Alright. I'm able to move on with the game now. I'm allowed to do things and say things and engage with the game. All for the content. Oh yes, the content. It's all about that. Gotta engage with it. Gotta live it. Gotta love it. Or something to that effect, I suppose. Oh, there ain't no returning from this state there, demon. I'm just dead. Yeah. There ain't nothing left of me. Ain't nothing at all left. Just a slow, cruel heat death. Oh, I got myself into the wrong train, it seems. Here we go. Now we're in the right one. Headed over to the research facility to go fix an oversight I made. I make those, you know. Oversights. Truly dastardly things. Yeah. Oh, I guess I didn't actually mess up over here. Everything's actually working exactly like it should. Oh dear. Now for us to move on back to the headquarters. Seems that one rail car won't actually be needed at all. It's just an excess. That's okay. We really don't need it anyways. It's fine to have a little extra, you know? A backup car, just in case one gets exploded. Y'all know how it goes. Y'all know how it be. It's nice to have excess. It's nice to be living. Oh, right, Robert. You done reminded me I do need to go set up more ore gathering sites. But those will be something to go gather later. Right now, I really need that rocket tech card thing. I'm a jig. Unfortunately for me, it seems we're at an impasse. For you see, these are in the way. I'm glad you find amusement in my suffering there, Geeman. I'm afraid even shinies won't be able to fix this one, Geeman. I've been shattered in quite the unfortunate way. Oh my, I done went and placed that the wrong way. I'm sure this is fine. Like I said, what's the worst that could happen? I've already been shattered into a million itty bitty pieces. Nothing else can hurt me now. I might as well be a god. Hello there, Rajan. It is a real pleasure to see you. I hope you're having yourself a fine day. Demon wanted to test his powers. They were effective there, Rajan. Perhaps a little too effective. There's nothing that matters anymore. There is only me and the heat death of this here universe. That's all that's left. No more joy, no more fun, just belts over and over, forever. Robert, we really all sabotage ourselves if you really think about it. Every day we make a bad decision and it sabotages future us. It really all depends on the severity of it. In this case, past me decided to go and make a card to even exist. And now look at my punishment and my hubris. I dared to exist, to be, and now I am not but suffering. I would try to help you there, Robert, but I'm afraid I've trapped myself in absolute misery. There is no hope, no salvation. There is only suffering. But I'm sure you'll be able to figure it out. Find a solution. I mean, if you think burrito and me is the solution, then mayhaps it'll work. I hold my doubts. I don't think it'll work. I don't think there's anything but suffering anymore. Oh, see, now I'm even having eggs thrown at my face. Just more of the suffering I deserve. It do be okay though. At least you're all entertained, right? We're all really entertained. You gotta be. My suffering is amusing to y'all, right? Yeah, it's gotta be. And now I've been fruited. Applied for my crimes. My crimes of hoping and praying that perhaps one day happiness will come. Also, hello there, dear invader girl.
Jimmond_ wants him to tug on Rex's collar.
I'm afraid that's one thing I cannot do right now. Hello there, Ren. That's okay, Ren. I'm used to be abandoned in my times of need. But I do hope you sleep well. And again, maybe I'm carrying this bit on too long. It's okay, Ren. I understand.
I can feel the power!
Re believes there isn't enough evil here. Come forth, Asher, and bring the fog.
I command pure chaos! Kinda.
Jimond_ has turned Zim into a mighty hyena. They can only talk like that Pokemon for 2 minutes.
I really don't feel like being Asher right now. Other characters are fine, but not Asher.
Think fast, Zim, because Riddy is smooching you.
Thank you, Raijin. Mighty Anna. 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 Hello there, Anja. Have you come to bask in the suffering that is life itself? The endless, horrific pain. Ah, yes, I made that mistake once, Anja. Existing. It is a thing, is it not? Yes. Oh, right. I need heat shielding. Oh, joy. Oh, well, that's not good, Robert. Alright, I'm done with that bit now. Alright, so we gotta produce these. Oh boy, there's so much I gotta produce for this freaking thing. Why? Why?
Really want some soup?
Ba-da-da-ba-da-da-ba. Alright, you get that stone tablet. Two. So how are you, Anja? Alright, so next up, we need heat shielding, which requires these stone tablets, as well as sulfur and steel plates. Luckily, I got steel plates over here, so that one's not a problem. But the, sulfur is. Alright. So the results of these can be fed out onto that. Drop near. Drop near. You're feeding in, you're feeding in.
I love feeding.
What was that?
I love feeding.
You love feeding?
Close enough.
I gotta figure out how to get sulfur from down here all the way up there now. Where do I even... Okay, I guess I got sulfur there. You at work right now, or...?
Yeah, I am.
So, you probably shouldn't be on a call?
I mean, the store's closed.
Oh. Well, then never mind.
The only thing that's going to be weird is people are going to be looking at me like I'm crazy. Talking to myself.
Yeah. Because you're definitely
I
not
do that
talking
anymore.
to anybody else. Alright, so we're gonna need to interrupt this section of the belt.
So is Factorio just like belt simulator?
Basically, yeah. Hi, Gib Gab.
Hello, Gig God.
And yes, I am gay. Thank you for noticing, Gib Gab.
Wait, really?
Yeah?
Huh.
Go, my drones. Go! Go forth. Destroy. Build. Deconstruct. Make my factory my dream. Hello, how are you?
Pretty good.
That's good to hear.
It looks like we are getting rid of the plant protein sausage on a stick breakfast items.
Plant protein sausage on a stick.
100% plant protein pancake and sausage on a stick. I'm getting rid of it.
Fair enough.
The chicken and Eggo sandwich made from 100% plant protein is also gone. Turns out people didn't buy this.
And yes, Gib Gab, I did reach the peak Factorio experience where I play the game harder by no longer actually playing the game. That really is a very accurate description of where I'm at in the game right now. I tell my bots what to build and they go build it. That's the game now.
Is there a stage in Factorio where, like, you open the game and you look at what's going on and you're like, what idiot set this factory up? Oh, wait, that idiot was me.
Oh, literally every time I start up the game.
Great.
That's just Tuesday.
I do that with my art a lot. I open a file and I'm like, what idiot was drawing this? Surely it wasn't. Yeah, all of that is Biscuit.
All what is Biscuit? What?
Hello.
Oh, hi.
Hello, Sean.
Hi. Don't sound too excited. What's up?
Just doing Factorio at the moment.
Nice. Hey, Rajan.
Hello.
How's work?
I'm playing with Frozen Breakfast.
Ooh.
One second. How are you, Red?
Doing alright. I just wrapped up my particular stream. We ended up playing a game of Night Cage and taking a look over at Daggerheart stuff.
Huh? I will pretend to know what that is.
Daggerheart is a TTRPG, similar to like D&D or Pathfinder. It was the response made after the D&D fiasco. Some people were like, the Critical Role crew was just like, yeah, we're gonna make our own, and they made their own. It's in beta right now. The Night Cage is a cooperative game for 1 to 5 players actually, and you play as prisoners trapped in a ever-shifting dark labyrinth, trying to find the keys and escape. We did not escape.
Yeah, well, I started my own tabletop game before it was cool.
You're truly a trendsetter, Zen.
Indeed.
English muffins go down here. Speaking of your tabletop system, have you got any dev work done yet, or do you need to be prodded?
Dev work, you said?
Not yet this month. Was going to soon, but, well. And yeah, he said dev work.
Gotcha.
Sorry, I know my audio quality isn't great on work. Wonder how bad it would be if I turned off this. That. I switched to the standard noise suppression. How does this?
Not all that
better.
Alright, there we go. We have run sulfur up there. Wait. Oh, right, those are getting fed that way. Okay. Alright, so we got that feeding that way. We got those. That's coming out. I think I'm gonna need more of these. Holy crap, heat shielding takes a bit. Of course, it doesn't help that this isn't quite going well.
Oh.
Oh, I'm just, actually. Get this going that way. There. Cut out that middle man there. I am really sad that happened to Gib Gab. I was so looking forward to Life by You.
What happened?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, game that was coming out that was going to challenge EA with The Sims. It was coming out by Paradox, and it has been canceled.
Oh, don't tell me they got bought out by EA and just told to F off.
No, it was being produced by Paradox, so they weren't gonna be... EA wasn't a factor in this. The Paradox just decided that it wasn't worth it for them. Like, the game got delayed multiple times. I can understand the financials of it, but it's still one of those, like, that really sucks.
Definitely.
Because, like, part of the reason why this happened is they had a really rocky launch with, whatever it was. They had a very rocky launch with, City Skylines 2, and that caused them a lot of financial turmoil. And now they're kind of in the, oh crap, we cannot afford to make a mistake right now kind of mode.
Yeah, which makes sense.
And unfortunately that means that they canceled Life by You because it was too much of a risk.
Can't blame them on that.
Alright, well, that's not the only thing that...
Maybe next time they'll, I don't know, have people play the game, tell them what's wrong. Q&A testers, quality assurance, Like, I mean, because, like, literally, if they had just brought in some players who knew what they were doing, maybe some, like, long-term veterans of the first city, they would have immediately identified the big major problem, which is cities are pretty, but they're empty. There's nothing going on.
Well, there were a lot of issues with Cities Skylines 2. Namely, the biggest issues were just the simple fact that the bugs and such. And the poor... The fact that it ran like shit. But... It's still like... I was so looking forward to EA finally having a competitor. Because they've sat there on The Sims for so long, being just the king of that entire genre, unchallenged, and thus they've run it into shit. Hello there, Asher.
It's Ash. I feel like the whole industry is in a horrible spot right now.
Have you moved sausage?
I feel like recently, every other week, I hear about another big company doing huge layoffs within the gaming industry.
The fact there is that prices everywhere are so ridiculously expensive that... Like, I know there's a lot of people against the games industry, and I definitely feel... The biggest problem is just that the CEOs and the the higher ups are paying themselves way too fucking much. That's the biggest problem. But they're not getting as many sales anymore because, well, people just don't have money.
Yep. Gaming is starting to turn into a luxury. It's as opposed to, I mean, it's always was a luxury, but it's even more so now.
Yeah. It's like there's so many games that have come out that I'd love to get into, but I can't afford that shit. Not at the prices
like
that they're charging now.
More and more games are doing extra purchases, even if it's a single player game. But the thing that's got me for a while is it feels like the games industry has kind of tried to turn into a second Hollywood.
Into a what?
When someone like a second Hollywood.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, feels a bit like it. I mean, thank God we still have the indie industry within games, or it'd all just be, just
EA.
Call of Duties clones like endlessly, that kind of stuff.
Hey, there is a furry Call of Duty coming out now. I think it's called like Wild Assault.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that'll take the world by storm.
Who knows? It'll all be dependent on the gameplay and whether they can maintain a player base. We know how, with the sheer just variety of games out there, like trying to keep a game past its lifespan is honestly kind of a hard ask. Like unless you plan on like literally keeping it in development for years after the fact, like No Man's Sky, you're just like, is it worth it? That's one of the reasons I have a hard time with like small time MMOs and stuff like that, because they might exist for 2 or 3 years and then they're gone, and so is all their content.
Well, even the big ones, they're gone like that. Maple Story 2 lasted about a year. I've got great stories about Maple Story 2. What a tragedy that was.
I don't doubt it.
Ah, crap. Yeah, that's something I'm gonna have to go fix myself.
I think Archeage was re-released like 6 times now. Even Riot canceled their MMO, and considering how big Riot is, if they're canceling their MMO, you know that's not an easy genre to break into.
Oh, it definitely is not. I'm just hoping that Guild Wars 2 is gonna be able to last the long haul. I mean, it's already lasted the long haul, but yeah. As far as I can tell, everything got fixed. Oh, no, it didn't. That's more because it's outdated tech that I don't have with me.
Just apply more belts to the problem.
That is exactly what I'm doing. I had some belts that, some tier 1 belts that got destroyed, and so I was fixing them with tier 2 belts. actually delimited, Big Tobacco is very anti-vaping.
Zippers,
Like,
they don't have any investment in it.
yeah. Vaping, like, Big Tobacco looks at vaping as a threat. It's the only investment in that Big Tobacco has in vaping is actually them attempting to destroy vaping. No, they're not.
Weren't they trying to get it so that, like, actively trying to delegitimize vaping by making younger people addicted to all the fruity flavors and stuff to give vaping a bad name?
Yes.
Like
So
that, pointing out all the health risks. Like, I mean, like a lot of the health reports you can probably tie back to Big Tobacco in one way or another.
So, okay. The way it's working, Big Tobacco is somewhat, it's technically investing into vaping through companies like Juul. However, what they are doing is specifically trying to destroy vaping, trying to ruin the rep, trying to falsify everything about vaping in order to destroy it. Like, Big Tobacco owns Juul. 100% they do. And with Juul, they've been very specifically targeting the younger folk. Putting out all these fruity flavors. Putting advertising out specifically targeted towards kids. And when they went to... there was a big blah, 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 what is it, Congress meeting with a lot of the vape companies, and they asked, hey, are you guys purposely trying to get kids into this? And Juul's representative literally was just like, yes, yeah, that's what we're doing 100%. And
it's kind of funny because Big Tobacco only knows how to target children because that's how they started off, a long time ago.
Yeah. The reason why they're trying to take down vaping is because, so you've got tobacco, which you've really only got a few brands for it. I don't know the situation in Australia and such delimited. I only know the situation here in the US. It might be different in Australia. But here in the US, Big Tobacco wants people to stay on tobacco. They want people to stay on cigarettes. Because they own all of these farmlands. They own all of this property and stuff that is producing tobacco. And if they lose that, they lose all their profits. And vaping is a threat to tobacco. And so they're trying to ruin vaping in order to get people to stay with cigarettes and such. Like, there's a lot of people that switched away. I know my grandma did it. She switched away from cigarettes, or not grandma, my aunt. She switched away from cigarettes, got into vaping, and part of the reason why she was successful with that, with the move away from cigarettes... Oh god, that's loud, Raijin.
I'm sorry.
You're fine. But the reason why she was successful was she got the nicotine, but without the tobacco flavor.
Yep, and all the additives that go with the nicotine to enhance it.
Yeah.
Like, because that's a big thing of what a cigarette is. It's a very carefully constructed product, specifically to get you addicted as quickly as possible, maintain addiction, and obviously keep you coming back for more and more and more. It is a product that has been designed and cultivated for a very long time. They don't have the same thing with vaping. Vaping, they can't quite tie in all the same product into it.
Well, it's not just that, but it's also there's a lot of small companies behind a bunch of vape juice. It's relatively easy to get into making vape juice. Technically
That's
speaking, you can do it yourself.
yes. I've got multiple friends that have done that themselves. That they got into making their own vape juice, and that's the reason why big tobacco, like, yes, they have invested a bit into vaping. They are making money from it. However, they don't have the monopoly with that they do with tobacco. So they are pushing for those heavier regulations. They're pushing to make it limited, to make it harder to get into, to make it just give them that monopoly again. You can't necessarily just grow your own tobacco as easily as you can make your own vape juice. Yeah, exactly, Gib Gab. They are trying to make vaping look unappealing. They're trying to limit it. I will say that the studies that I have seen for vaping, no, it's still not perfect for you, but it isn't nearly as bad as cigarettes. Like, it's still something that you shouldn't be putting into your lungs. And this is coming from somebody that does vape.
Yeah, but that goes with any foreign substance, not just
exactly. Exactly. That goes with any foreign substance. You shouldn't be doing that. We definitely shouldn't be eating as much sugar as we do. There's a lot of things we put into our bodies we shouldn't be. But as far as the long-term health problems go with vaping, there's basically nothing. The most that I've seen are things like you get what is commonly called vapor's tongue, where you just lose the ability to taste for a couple of days. I haven't personally run into that. I know there were some scares a while back of people, having their lungs collapse, but that is actually a situation of media companies doing what media companies do and try to fearmonger as much as they can, because I've seen interviews with those same people who had their lungs collapse, and there was one very common thing among them all. They were all doing black market weed cartridges, not proper vaping that is actually regulated. Every single one of them. Yes, delimited, there is a thing there. Some of them, yes, I have seen people that vape with huge amounts of nicotine in their frickin' juices, and it's like, dude, what are you doing? Again, that all comes down to moderation. And you have to get the huge percentages of nicotine they're not commonplace for a reason. But people have ways to get them. Or they make them themselves. For me, I only go with 0.3. Like, I have barely any nicotine in my vape. And like, I keep an eye out for the problems from nicotine. The main reason I picked it up was because it's got an appetite suppressant.
Hey, you hungry?
And I have actually noticed some benefits from vaping, actually. In the realm of, I don't have a sweet tooth anymore. I really don't. I am overweight as hell, but I've been able to cut out basically all sugar from my diet thanks to vaping. I get a craving for something sweet. Hey, take a hit of my vape. Nah, that's a nice strawberry flavor. I'm good. Now, I am not promoting people picking up vaping. I want that very clear. Don't pick it up. But definitely be very careful about your research. Do more research about it.
Rank up. Hold the line. This hamlet shall not fall.
Ukitsu raided my stream with 12 viewers.
Hey there, Okitsu. Thank you for that raid. Welcome in. I hope you had a great stream, Kitsu. Would you like a regular shout out or a random clip from your channel brought up?
Are you close?
Oh. Holy shit. Okay, that's the special Deogen thing, huh?
It's a Deogen.
Okay.
And I missed it. I missed it because of Lars. What happened?
That was the special Deogen thing, Riri. It went off.
What?
Pachi, are you okay?
But yeah, welcome in, Kitsu. Thank you so much for that raid. I am Raw Zim, everybody. We are currently doing some Factorio while talking about, well, basically, do research before you believe what the media and social media and such pushes out there. Delimited things that are going on in Australia are different than what are going on here in the United States. I will very much push that and kind of throw that at you heavily. Yes, but you're kind of pushing this as this is how it is everywhere, and I'm like, no, there's different things for what's going on in different parts of the world. I know that here in the U.S. they are very restrictive on a lot of the vaping products. They go through rigorous testing. There's a lot of stuff about you can't even ship anymore. Only certain companies can ship to certain states, and then they have to go through a lot of verification process with those states, which is a very costly service. Here in the US, they have a lot of regulation on it. Like, I have seen, with the regulation, I have seen so many of those vaping companies, the smaller ones, go out of business because they just couldn't afford to go through that registration process. And alright, Kitsy, thank you so much for that raid. I hope you have a great evening, and thank you so much for sharing your community with me.
One important difference I do know between Australia and us. I believe Australia, their cigarette packages aren't allowed to have like logos or branding or anything. It basically just says like the brand name in basic text, and that's it. And I believe there's also much more heavy taxation on cigarettes, so it costs much more for the consumer.
Doesn't surprise me. Oh, you guys have medical vapes? Interesting. That definitely a foreign concept to me, but alright, back to what I was working on here. I have a lot of work to get done. This is one of those times where I'm like, why do I play this game? Well, I'll definitely say there are things to be said for the flavorings on nicotine. Or on vaping. Like I said, my aunt was able to stop smoking cigarettes because of the flavoring in vaping. But different places have different laws and regulations. Alright. Do I have everything being produced that I need for this electric furnace? Yes. Now I just need to route the advanced circuits up here somehow. But luckily, I'm producing the electric circuits up here, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Oh yeah. Like I was saying, don't start vaping. I have my reasons that I got into vaping, but that does not mean that everybody should do it. Uh... Oh, you are running very slow. Okay. I guess we'll add some more. Though I only really have space for one more to be added. So what are you up to anyways, Ragon?
Oh, just browsing. I'm taking a look at this Dagger Heart stuff. Because I was invited to potentially play a game of that at some point. Just like a one-shot. So I figured I might as well give it a quick look over, see what it's about.
Fair enough.
Other than that, yeah, other than that, I got just something cooking in the oven. Delish. And yeah, not much else going on. Kind of chilling. I got some stuff that Raijin, you know, poked at me to go get.
Oh?
Got some
What?
drink mixes for one.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, I got the Celsius drink mix you were talking about, so we'll see how that goes.
I mean, I do still recommend limiting your energy drink intake, but at least this way you're saving a lot of money.
True. Yeah, I don't mind doing the whole mixing thing. It said each pack equals 1 drink, so that means if I have all 14, Icon will evolve.
I wasn't aware there was another evolution beyond, you know, Umbreon and such.
Super Raigon.
Dead Breon.
Wait, what? Dead Breon? No.
No, he said Dad Breon.
Oh, Dad Breon. Oh, that makes more sense. Dead Breon.
Yes, congratulations, you're a father.
Oh no. I don't think I can handle that responsibility right now.
Sorry, Raigon. It's too late. You don't have a choice anymore.
Becomes a deadbeat.
Oh, are you leaving
already?
for... Are you leaving for milk and cigarettes?
Yeah.
Milk and vape juice.
Milk and vape juice. That's how I tease Rex and Holo every now and then.
I mean, if it really honestly came down to it, yeah, I'd do my due diligence, but like, there's a reason why I haven't had kids yet, and that's because, quite frankly, I can't afford them, I got no time for them, and I got my own shit I'm doing.
No, that's fair.
I think otherwise I would be a pretty good dad, though.
Well, you definitely have the, chokes down.
Duh. And all I gotta do if I want to have a kid is get 14 energy drinks in me. Let's go. Unless, maybe if I put all the packs into one drink, I can just make it, like, supercharged.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, 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 hello. Yeah, there is no unfairness when it comes to the pharmaceutical companies. That is all very much fair game.
Yeah, they're rich enough as is. They can afford it. I mean, literally, I wouldn't even bat an eye if some of their trucks were like hit on like delivery. Other than the fact that, you know, unless those particular pharmaceuticals get delivered cheaper elsewhere, you know, to people who need it. Like, I mean, I don't know. It's one of those things. It's like I wouldn't feel bad for the company essentially.
Yeah, but
you know
feel...
that's going to be unregulated, but still.
Yeah, we're gonna go this route.
Oh, you're taking the route.
I'm changing up some of how I'm doing things on my factory. You produce that, you produce that. There we go.
Oh.
Now the electric furnace requires advanced circuits, which are produced over here, so I will just borrow them from here.
I will be right back.
Alright. Okay. Feed these in. Actually, I don't want those dropped near. Rah. Yeah. Yeah, Gib Gab. I mean, I am terrified of needles, and even I went and got the COVID vaccine. Like, I've basically never gotten a flu shot or anything. I just am too terrified of needles to go do so. And yet I still went out to get that COVID vaccine. Yeah, I'd rather take a pill too, but oh well. So, delimited, when it comes to needles, at least for me, it isn't actually that they actually hurt. It's more my brain tells me that they do. Like, I know a lot of people, like a lot of the blood drawing nurses tell me, look away. I have to look. I have to watch. Because otherwise, my brain is telling me, yes, the needle's already in my arm. It is hurting like none other. It is a pain. It is horrible. oh God, get it out of me. And then I look over and it's like, oh, it hasn't even been put in yet. That said, I will say the COVID needle did surprise me. Like, yeah, phantom pain is a thing, and for me, I actually have a mental condition that makes... My brain literally creates pain every day, all day, in my body. Every given moment, I'm in pain. Because my brain just decides, fuck you, that's why. And I don't know if that's what causes it, or if it's the phobia or something else, but yeah. You put a needle in me, it may not actually physically hurt that much, but my brain has decided it is going to hurt like none other. But that said, yeah, the COVID shot was actually really easy. Okay, well, we have set up production for electric furnaces. Now we just got 2 more things that I have no idea how to produce before we can have rocket tech cards. At least I've got the blank tech cards. I got that covered. So now speed modules. Where even are... Oh, there they are. Where even are those? Okay, those require solid fuel. I do know how to make that. And I know exactly where to make that. Wait. Good thing I checked. I need a fuel refinery. Okay. Sure, we'll make 5 of them. I really hate wasting that a full chest for 1 stack, but I do want a stack of these. Oh, that hurts. Rygon cute. Rygon dead. I have been abandoned by both the Rygon and the Raijin. There is no end in sight for my suffering. I don't know what I have done to cause such misery to be warranted upon myself, but it is clear that the world desires I suffer.
Hello?
Oh, hi!
You know, I've been talking for like 10 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Apparently my Discord broke or something, I don't know. Mobile Discord, what can you do?
Yeah, that's fair.
Here, I was just thinking I wasn't interesting enough for you.
Also, dang it, I'm gonna go set up automation for these frickin' power poles. Iron stick, copper cable, iron beam, and that. Iron stick, copper cable. Okay. Sure, give
By the
Gab.
way, the
What's
loud
up?
noise that was coming through earlier, was it a bag noise or a fan
Was it a bad noise or a what?
noise? Bag? Like a crinkling bag? Or was it like a fan?
It sounded like something, like you hitting something with something else.
Hmm. Alright, well I have no idea what it was for that, but I'll just keep toggling mute while I'm working. It's not a big deal.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
I will
was surprised anything was coming through, honestly.
commit the ritualistic seppuku for my grave insult.
Oh. Hmm. Well, since you're gone, can I have all your art?
Yes.
No, don't seppuku. No seppuku.
It is too late.
No.
I am already ascending to the big metal claw in the sky.
Not the claw. Oh. Don't go to the claw. Sometimes you fall back down and you get sad because it doesn't go to the winning pool. It's the claw religion. But yeah, hello. Thought I'd at least pop in for like a little bit. I'm literally just waiting for anyway.
Hello.
Hello. How the things going? I see automation. I see the fire. I see the factory. And I have no idea what's going on.
Well, right now I am setting up automation of medium electric poles.
Ah, I see. I see everything's rolling along rather well. Just rolling. Nice.
Fire for the factory. The factory must grow.
Fuel for the factory must grow. Fuel for the fire. The fire that burns. Fire for the factory must grow.
And yes, hello there as well, right? I see you over there chilling. Howdy, howdy, howdy.
I don't know about that, Gib Gab. I might wind up going to the good place where I can have whatever I want.
Yeah, let's go with Mario in the doghouse for what I said about Squirrel in Guild Wars. Let's just not heaven.
Squirrel
Heaven's
went
where
to
he's
the
going.
dragon horde up north.
What was that, Ryan Jen?
Eyes on Raijin.
I said Squirrel went to the dragon horde upstate.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Do not let the horns fool you.
Yeah, Rex thinks I'm a demon.
No, I don't. It was the lighting. It's the Char character. It was really, really like dark and ambient, and he had horns and red eyes. And I'm like, I don't remember Squirrel with that red of eyes. I thought he had like brown eyes. What? What?
Orange.
Yeah, but they were like red. Weren't they on the Char? I don't have any defense. I feel so bad. I'm sorry. Please. Stop hitting him! No! Chopper's trying to block all the neon lights. Stop it. Ragon, hi. thought you said you was back. You're not back at all.
I don't think Rygon said he was back.
Could have sworn I heard him say hi. Well, I guess I wasn't hearing things. It's almost like he's still with us right now.
Rygon was baking something in the oven, and he's been gone for a while, so I think the oven has consumed the Rygon.
Oh no.
I think you're right.
Maximum overdrive is happening. This is not good.
The Rygon lost the fight with the oven.
He is now the stir fry. Or whatever he was probably making the day. That is a lot of automation. Whoa.
Yes. Welcome to Factorio.
But what about the economy? What about people's jobs? This is like a stranded planet, isn't it?
Yes.
Ah, okay.
I have literally no reason to care about anybody.
Fair, yet sad. Hug.
I am all alone.
Oh lord, here we go. No. I'm sure you'll get off that planet eventually and go.
I was abandoned here by Chomper.
Where did this storyline come to be?
He was offered chestnuts.
Okay, this never happened. I don't know where you're getting the storyline.
He was offered chestnuts and they were too good to resist.
That is not even a Chomper thing that Chomper would do. I don't know what you're talking about. I refute this. I mean, let me see. How good chestnuts had to be for this to happen? They had to be like some, like maybe the beans. Maybe it was beans. No, not even beans. No, he would never give. No, not with Squirrel. No.
You considered it for a moment, abandoning Squirrel for beans.
No. I mean, if I could afford a ship that could let me go get Squirrel anyway, I mean, but it would be a net positive, honestly. But no.
I'm fairly certain early Chomper would have done this.
Oh, early Chomper didn't have any relationship with Squirrel, so yeah, maybe.
He admits it.
I mean, current Squirrel would leave Chomper. We already know that on video.
Caught live in 4K.
I could say the same for Squirrel. But yeah. Post not learning Chomper would probably actually go for some chestnuts. He has ADHD brain.
Chestnut just reminds me of that one time in PMD, like rescue team, where you pay some mankeys with chestnuts that they can't peel because like they have the spiky chestnuts, so you peel it for them and they're happy and they eat, and if you don't pay them, they destroy your home.
Oh jeez, violent.
Yeah, they're mankeys.
There. I went the easier route.
What did you do?
I went the easier route, says every Factorio player after making a working 16-bit computer for their factory conveyor.
Yeah. Everything that's going on the screen looks so complicated.
Hey there, Brian. Hey, Vari.
To be fair, like, Factorio always looks more complicated than it is because you're not, like, actually doing it, but once you're kind of doing it, you kind of understand the logic behind it, and everything is simpler.
Actually, yes.
And then something breaks and you don't understand what's happening even though you made it and you're like, what? I don't understand what I made. And then it's pain. Like Zim's inventory. Zim's inventory is pain.
Oh man. This is so much going on.
Yeah. It's like I see it and I see raw copper in there and I'm like, why? Why is there raw copper in there?
Oh, that is a good question. Oh, right. Some meteorites came down. My bots mined them and just threw that in my inventory.
That makes sense.
Natural resources.
Yeah, that's what Factorio is. Factorio is basically like the Industrial Revolution, but in outer space. So the aliens aren't people, so we can do it, right?
Oh, there's a commentary there somewhere.
Yeah, you see all
Something,
this
something,
red
something.
haze? That's pollution.
Oh
I'm
no,
producing a
there's
lot of it.
Oh
And if you see those like red dots around the map, that's aliens.
Yeah, these are biters. They're not people.
Oh god, okay, this is a commentary. Jesus.
They keep trying to attack my base, and they keep getting mowed down.
Were they at this planet before you?
So, it's my planet now.
And also, like...
I have a flag,
Trees
they don't.
Oh boy, commentary
Also,
is everywhere.
Trees are really good at reducing pollution, but it's always the first thing you cut down. And as your pollution expands, you kill the trees, and it just makes your pollution worse.
The trees are in the way.
Oh god.
And also, the aliens evolve over the course of the game and become better.
Yeah.
But then you get artillery and everything stops mattering.
Oh, so you can murder them more from their homeland. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You should get artilleryism.
I will eventually.
You can put artillery on a train.
Oh, I know. I can put a lot of stuff on a train.
Yeah.
See why
Ah, here they go. Look at them. They're trying to retake my land. Well, they're dead now.
I mean, wait, what do you mean they're dead? I mean, oh god, oh Jesus, oh Lord, the delay. Oh, they have purple blood. Oh.
Yeah, see, they bleed purple. They're definitely not people.
Okay. Okay.
This game reminds me of Backyard Monsters.
We don't bleed the same.
Man, this is so bad. Commentary. That's all I'm gonna keep saying is commentary. I don't want to go down this route. Jeez.
Look, there's a reason, admittedly, like, I love Satisfactory for having 3D factory building because my brain works better with that. But also, like, there's just something to be said about Factorio being like, yeah, let's switch to using renewable technologies. Not because it's better for the environment, no. You can just generate more power that way, and that'll power your factory. Solar? Yeah, more of it.
I mean, I literally switched to electric trains mostly because it's easier to have to run power lines than it is to run belts to carry processed fuel over to my trains.
Yep.
That was literally the only reason. It's less work on me. Because otherwise, I'd have to run these belts all over the place from where it's... Like, you can still see some remnant here of processed fuel being run all the way over here to this train station. This train doesn't run on it anymore, but there is one train that still has to run with it. Because it's a special type of train. Oh, some more biters tried to destroy my base. They're dead.
I'm starting to feel sorry for the aliens. I don't know why.
They're biters.
Biters.
They're not people.
Something Starship Troopers.
I think Chomper would be
For
like
liberty.
your advisor, feeling a little bad about all this. Well, he's Squirrel's happy. He has a nice factory, making rocks for his blacksmithing.
But yeah, so it's just simply easier to have a battery charging station and two inserters, you know, one to take out depleted batteries, recharge them, and put them back in.
Ah.
It is the easiest to most efficient solution.
Unironically discovering why companies move to environmentally friendly sources. It's not really because it's better for the environment. It's because either it's cheaper, more profitable, or they were forced to.
Commentary.
Yep.
That being said, this looks like an interesting game. Definitely have not seen this much actual factory stuff in a while.
It's very fun.
Oh, just wait until Satisfactory 1.0 releases.
It already released though, no?
No.
Wait, is that even still early access?
It is.
Was it 0.8 that released?
Oh, dang.
One of those. I don't know which one, but I just know 1.0 is coming.
Wait,
oh, it's September 10th.
That looks like a dog. Did you do that?
What?
That looks like a dog.
What does?
The pit. It looks like a dog. The pit looks like a dog. It looks like a feral. It looks like a doggy.
No, that's been here since the start. I'll put a machine over it and pull out the resources from inside that pit soon enough.
Oh, I was looking, it's like a little thing in the stars. Like makes it a little animal shape by accident. Oh, okay, whatever. It looks cute.
Ethan.
What?
It releases September 10th. You should open it up for multiplayer for no reason whatsoever. I promise I won't make incredibly cursed and convoluted conveyor belts.
I have already found that I am very much not a good person to play multiplayer on games like this with.
No, it's fine. You know how there's like different spawn point scenarios? What I want is to like for you to basically play the game and then randomly I'll just show up and I'll be like, hey Sim, come look at my base and you'll get over there and I want to hear the pure horror and fear in your words as you observe it.
We've seen videos of bad conveyor situations.
Actually.
More.
You're not going to pull off something worse than what I do.
I wouldn't be surprised if I didn't. But also, look. It's an art. It's a beauty.
Yes.
I once made one of my friends who plays a lot of Factorio borderline cry because they were like, why? Why are you doing this? And I was just like...
Have you seen what I consider my main bus?
That's organized.
What?
That's organized.
I don't understand.
The main bus is where you basically funnel all your resources so you can draw them all off the main bus. So basically, instead of setting up multiple little individual production chains and belts, you make one big one with all of your resources, and then you can make basically spin-off factories off of the main belt.
Really?
So it's the equivalent, like if you were in a factory, it's like having the main belt where the car runs through, and everyone assembles parts of the car like around that main car belt.
Okay.
I'm just gonna say, it is not organized.
We have different standards. You actually play the game.
Oh no, this comes from multiple people that have come to my stream and looked at what I have and are like, why?
Oh, I respect that.
How Darius came by and had a conniption fit over so many things I'm doing.
Look, if it makes you any happier, the one thing I'm always proudest of in Satisfactory, you know the ramps? I basically built like a 3x3 grid of foundations, and then I placed like a spiral ramp all the way up to the height limit that I could go to before I started dying, and then I ran a conveyor belt all the way over there, and then I ran it all the way down the middle, just like to have a little like really long conveyor belt.
Limit, is that what Tal said? Dear God, what is happening in there?
Basically.
Jeez.
A
bunch of shapes and stuff.
That just makes me want to play it now. Looks like I had a friend. I played it with a friend who loves Factorio, and he saw me play for like 2 hours, and he was like, "No, I'm sorry. You do play really, really horribly, but like I'm fascinated by what you're doing. It's like watching an animal in a zoo, and never have I felt more insulted and simultaneously pleased before."
It's like watching an animal in the zoo. Damn. That is funny.
Look, in my defense, okay, I like my priorities aren't the same as other Factorio players sometimes. Like he was like, "This is how you can get the most efficient setup for blah blah blah," and I was just like, "I just want to not have to refuel anything manually as soon as possible."
Oh yes, I
want to be like, I don't want to have to touch anything. I want the game to play itself. I want to play the game by not playing the game.
And that is, in my opinion, the ultimate goal for every factory game ever.
Man, I'm taking it harder. I think it's the ultimate goal for every strategy game as well. I want to play Stellaris by not playing the game. I say as I micro 17 planets with the eventual goal of not having to touch any planet except a single planet.
It's the ultimate goal of any business. Automation. Yeah,
And profit.
Scary truth. Yeah, and profit.
I mean, it might be kind of full, Brian, but, like, Rygon is away, Raijin is at work, so, you know.
And it's just me and Rex
Oh,
talking.
hey! Some more fighters got annihilated for their hubris and trying to destroy my base.
You know what I'd love to see in this game, actually? You've seen, like, no, not really. Like, what I would love is to be able to, like, manufacture, like, war robots and drones and just send them to attack fighters.
Go ahead, Brian. Alright, so we have solid fuel.
So cool.
What the hell did I need solid fuel for?
Rockets?
I think it was the speed modules. Yes, speed modules. I need electronic circuits, electronic components, and solid fuel. Okay. Brian, what the actual fuck?
What did I do this time?
I'm gonna let you come clean first.
Looks at butterfly. Is this gaslighting?
Brian,
I don't know what I could be getting.
As your lawyer, Brian, as your lawyer, I recommend you exert the Fifth Amendment. Until the charges are levied, you do not have to answer for these charges. No, this is not financial advice.
So, joke's on you, as my lawyer.
Brian.
Disclaimer, I'm not a lawyer.
I'm waiting for you to come clean.
Brian, use the Fifth. Plead the Fifth. Don't answer any questions. You can answer the questions in court.
Look at his arms crossed, Brian, as you answer. By the way, look at Squirrel. His arms are crossed. Look at those claws.
Oh, no.
Look at those teeth. Look at those horns.
God.
Brian, you don't have to answer.
Except, here's the thing. This is Zimtopia. We don't have the Fifth here.
Brian.
You see his paws, Brian? There are only 4 claws on those paws. You can't even go to 5 on one paw.
Brian, just remember. Use your rights. You can make this a public spectacle. If people complain, that's the weakness. Every monarch is dependent on public approval to some extent, but this is no monarch. This is a streamer. If public approval tanks, you get to win. Play the image fight. Force him to declare an unjust trial. Make him do a forced confession and then publicize it. And we, together, can bring down this ruler.
This is the part where you get like sniped off screen. You speak too much. You speak too much now.
Brian's currently in my office, like panicking at the allegations, and I'm trying to advise him.
Red light on your forehead, Gib.
Oh yeah, no, it doesn't help. Rex, you're not helping me.
What's the red dot on your forehead? Brian, I recommend you confess immediately. Here's the papers where you can sign the confession.
Rex, as I say again, you're not helping me.
I'm not. Who said I was on your side? I'm just enjoying the bit.
I did nothing so far. As far as
and now there's Weirney, your partner in crime.
Oh my god. What?
So, I'm going to offer you both the opportunity. Whichever one comes clean first with your crime will get leniency. The other will get the full force.
It was all Weirney.
As you're not lawyer, I recommend confessing with more details. That'll be $500.
You will need more details in order to get the leniency because you gotta confess. Just saying it was all Weirney does not equal a confession.
I'm going back through chat. Give me 1 second.
Weirney didn't do nothing.
Hello, Supreme Rawler. I would like to confess that Weirney committed crimes. Weirney killed 17 people.
I see. Thank you.
What are we talking about?
Well, Magna and Brian and Werney here were involved in a conspiracy here, and I'm waiting for one of them to come clean, but instead GibGab came clean on it and narked on them, so GibGab is, GibGab was gonna not be involved in this at all, but it seems that Werney and Brian are gonna have to suffer the consequences of their actions.
Well, okay, look, I'm sorry. I know that, like, technically Brian can be considered innocent, but Werney can't. Sure, Werney killed 17 people. Werney committed fraud on an international level. Werney's a criminal wanted in 217 different states. But Werney committed the unforgivable crime that I can never pardon. Werney's British.
Oh, God.
Who said I'm British?
Werney's just joining to have a good nap. Stop.
I feel like I should.
Where did Werney being British come from?
I'm about it, though. It adds more suspense.
Werney is New Jersey.
That's the trick about
New Jersey, not the old one.
The 13
Which is even worse.
The 13 colonies are all British anyway.
I'm just gonna raise my hand and say, like, I got back from work, like, only, like, 35 minutes ago, so this is news to me.
What about German? German's got nothing to do with this time frame.
The Germans are cringe in their own way, okay?
That's like 90s villains or something.
Yeah, we're talking about American cringe here.
Yeah.
Yeah. And German sparkle parties are pretty legit, so, you know.
Heck yeah.
We can complain that about every country. Like, if you want to complain about Australia, just say they're like Pacific Florida.
They're upside down.
They're upside down.
It's not just upside down, okay? They are Florida. Like, I genuinely believe, right? If you told me what country is most similar to Australia, I would say Florida. Even if it's not a country, it's Florida. That's the reason Australians are ashamed to be Australian.
I don't know if any of them are ashamed of that.
No, just the same as people aren't ashamed to be Floridian.
Also, welcome in, Rocco. Lovely thing for you to come in on.
If you don't have proof that I was there at the scene of the crime...
Oh, I have
what
proof.
is there,
It was caught in 4K.
As the new head of prosecution, I would like to present the undeniable evidence that proves beyond shadow of a doubt that the crime was committed. Here is a 4K recording of Zim saying that you committed the crime. This, the jury would agree, is unbelievable proof. But we live in Zimtopia, so I would recommend the jury all look at the red dots on their forehead and agree with the evidence.
Oh, I thought that was jewelry. Oh yeah, well, like, I think, yeah, it's looking pretty bad for you there, Brian.
What was the time frame for the crime? Was it 2 hours ago? Because if so, I couldn't be there because I was too busy
That was
at
part
work.
of your crime. You weren't there.
Wait, what?
No, it's Zimtopia. Yes,
It's
baby.
like Zimtopia is like Zootopia, but everyone was TF'd.
I'm about to say. It's very close.
I'm sorry, so my crime is the fact being I wasn't at the crime scene?
You
It's
don't
the
have an
perfect
alibi.
Yeah, it's the perfect alibi. Like, how else could you say you didn't commit the crime than by not being there? Now you have the perfect way to say, I didn't commit the crime. It's too suspicious. It's too perfect of a crime.
Wow, I don't know, Brian. That's making me question about this whole thing now. You know how questions happen during court. You could be guilty.
So, do I need to remind you that I'm Magna right now?
So you're guilty?
Is that supposed to help your case?
Yeah, are you supposed to be helping your case right now? Because I'm like, my pencil's inching closer to guilty when you said that.
Oh my god.
By the way, I am currently somebody that in multiple roleplay scenarios has betrayed the party.
Oh yeah, no. So here's the thing though. If I was at the crime scene, if I committed the crime, I'd be betraying my partner. But
Wouldn't that
I
be in
wasn't
character?
there because I was at work.
Yeah, but that would be in character. You'd be betraying your partner.
Oh, it's $4.
So here's the thing. Because I was at work, I never met my partner. Meaning I couldn't betray my partner.
You betrayed them by not being there.
The silence is speaking dividends right now. I'm gonna have to make a note of this. 20 seconds. 25 seconds.
I never met my partner though, so I don't know how I'm gonna betray my partner if we've never met.
Oh, really? I have evidence that you do, in fact, know Wernie.
Oh, God. We've talked before. We've talked to each other before, but we've never
So
talked
now
about
you have
crime.
perjured yourself in this court of law. Zimlaw.
Guilty. Guilty.
Now you're declaring yourself guilty. Congratulations.
What is that? Hi, Rygon. Welcome in the court. I don't know how this turned into this myself. I just have popcorn, literally.
I don't know. I've been tuning it out.
Wernie pleads, didn't do nothing.
I agree. Innocent.
I suppose we'll accept that. Innocent.
Yippee.
But Magna did declare that he was guilty, so therefore... Court adjourned.
And,
Magna is guilty.
For the verdict, I would like to propose 500 hours of community service cleaning up every crime Wernie committed.
That's a lot of
I approve of this, yes.
Oh boy. Let me know if you need some TP for that or something. I don't know. That's a lot of explosions, man. Sheesh. Good luck to you, Brad. Or Magda in this case.
Or we just see Magna picking, like, debris from the recent explosion off the street. 2 days later, it'll be body parts.
Sheesh.
Mag's like 2 feet tall. He's struggling with this all.
Skill issue. Get taller, Lamau.
Jeez.
Put on
Yeah,
high
close.
heels as a mage.
Community service skill issue. Wow.
No, it's a short skill issue.
Oh, okay, fair.
It's a scale issue.
Skill
Heal
issue.
himself up.
Yeah, nice.
It's doubly funny because Magnus is like a dragon, right?
Yeah, I'm just a small dragon.
Joke's on you. Magnus not even a dragon. He's not even the typing to be a dragon.
Oh, dang. I guess that's your next court case. That'd been a perfect bit to do in VR. With
Whatever you say, Dracomon X. Drake.
VR later today, but I don't need to sleep, bruh.
I am a fire shadow type. Respect my authority.
Oh. Guilty of arson and trespassing.
Did you just like choke when you said that?
No, I'm too busy just laughing over all this already.
Oh, I think I got poked.
I mean, I'll be honest, it's really hard to respect one's authority when they are eating their own words.
On that note, that was fun to witness. Y'all have fun. I finally got poked by Trevor, so I'm gonna go ahead and get to my thing. So, yeah.
Take care.
Enjoy your court.
Oh boy.
Catch y'all later. Love y'all. Big hugs. Bye.
Now, speaking of explosives, where are all of my freaking things?
Explosives?
Yeah.
Wernie, what did you do with my explosives?
Row.
I need those.
Wernie, spit them out.
No.
Wernie, bad boy, give him back.
This is Wernie with like a TNT shaped bulge in his belly. Wernie, spit out the explosives or no more TF.
Oh, okay.
You get all the TFs now. While Sim is not looking, put a timer on the explosive.
Joke's on you. I'm always looking.
You know, I don't want to say anything, but like, I'm just saying, you know, voyeurism is a thing for, you know, individual to individual.
Joke's on you, I was recording the incident.
I mean, technically, Zim is always recording the incident.
I don't know why you're saying that you're recording the incident like it's some kind of defense for yourself when you've already admitted to guilt.
If it's to a different crime and I turn it in, I could, well, before turning it in, I could technically ask for a reduction of my sentence as payment.
Hello, Your Honor. I am guilty of this crime, but I would like to present evidence that I am to get less time.
No, I'm guilty of one crime, but here's someone committing a different crime. I'm here to negotiate because I have evidence of them committing it.
I'd like to imagine that it's just Magna with like one of those like comic mustaches and like glasses that just quote unquote make you look different.
Your Honor, I ask for mercy.
A League of Legends.
You know, there's an idea. We will kill Magna in League of Legends.
Eh?
It's okay, because it was only League of Legends.
But lyrics.
I've been killed in League of Legends, oh god. I haven't played in such a long time, I'm doomed.
Get killed in League of Legends. Get shit talked in chat. Get called a racial slur. Peak League of Legends experience. And then you report them and they take action and you feel the pure sweetness of karma.
Yep. My lawyer, please save me. See, the lawyer, seeing that they're representing Magna. Nope, you're on your own.
What happened to Frank? Man, it's so weird. I can't believe like okay, I know it's kind of silly, right? It's just that like sorry. It's kind of like I can't believe my coworker became a dad. Like I just sit here. F.
Rip.
So I sit here and I think like, who would become a parent in this economy? What? can't believe people would be parents. What the fuck? And then it's like, damn, people actually do. It's wild.
Yeah, I know. So wild.
Crazy.
Insane.
Well.
So, now that the discussion of Magnus crimes is over with, I'm going to be bringing to the jury a second case. That of Is Rygon Cute?
Mm-hmm.
Verdict's already out on that one.
I would declare that yes, he is. Do we have differing opinions on this?
Nope. I would like to present a dissident statement.
All right, go ahead.
No, you.
I see. Do you have the proper card to play that?
Yes, I have it right here.
I see. Unfortunately, that is not actually the proper card required for such a statement. We cannot. It is not admissible.
See, there it goes. It just floated right off. Bye. See, I got a few more. Could my lawyer please present more of these out for me?
All right, as the Red Panda lawyer, I am here to take part in the litigation process. I'll just stand up and hold my arms up like a Red Panda.
Yeah, see. Oh, yep. See, there's plenty of cards, and they all say exactly the same thing. I believe that my dissident vote stands.
Maybe. We'll have to take that to a jury of your peers.
Okay. I'm afraid you're not going to really find many people who are my peers, though. Unfortunately, I'm quite unique.
True.
What are you talking about? I peer at you all the time.
Gasp.
Oh, yes. Yeah, there is that fact.
I just believe that simply means that Raijin requires glasses, that's all. If you allow me to go free, I will provide such a thing for the poor Red Panda, who is currently still with his hands in the air.
But you see, the problem with this statement in particular is you are not, in fact, a licensed optometrist. You are a mental health counselor.
The eyes are part of the brain, therefore specialized in such a field.
But the problem is that if you were capable of providing that for him, why haven't you provided them for yourself?
Because I prefer to stay blind to love.
The power of love compels you, Flashbang.
The members opposite are making statements that are entirely false and are not grounded in reality. So it seems that the jury has decided that your statements are not grounded in reality.
I'm afraid I am American, and therefore a individual from Australia has no bearing in this court of law.
Oh, that is a fair point.
Yeah, especially since it's different legal systems, I think it is.
Yep, for one, we don't wear wigs here. Is there any other statements, or am I free to go, Your Honor?
Well, unfortunately, I think we do have to just let you go. Yeah, it does not seem that we have enough evidence. Though in closing, I will say Uno reverse card.
Impossible.
So you said yes us? Or was it yes me?
I said that you are cute, but then you are saying that no you, so I am Uno reverse card that.
Yeah, that turns it into a yes me. So you're agreeing.
I agree. Zim is cute.
I would agree. As we heard straight from the Lucario dragon's mouth.
Wait, why is the dot moving to me? I didn't say anything in this statement.
Oh, it's got nothing to do with you, Magnus. Settle down. Back in your seat, the back of the court. I said Lucario dragon. Anyway, I do believe this case has been settled. Raijin, my good lawyer, let us go out for sushi.
Aha! Wow. We have caught you in a falsity. That is not, in fact, your lawyer. For if it was, you would know that he prefers red rocket apples.
I don't go into the personal life of my lawyers. That seems a bit. How do you know what my lawyer likes?
That is beside the point.
Because
I just happen to share my red rocket apples with them frequently.
No,
but don't worry, I have no bias.
I'm pretty sure you have a basis for infringement of privacy or something here. I'm just saying. Anyway, I'll leave you guys to deal with that. I'm gonna go out for sushi.
Wait. If Zim knows what Raijin likes, couldn't that mean Zim bought off Raijin at one point by using red rocket apples? And wouldn't that make it that Zim could not give a full partial judgment on this case because he could always just buy off his lawyer or his opponent's lawyer?
I mean, it seems like that would help me more than anything. I mean, all my lawyer did was just stand there with his arms up in the air.
I mean, you have it backwards. It's not that I was bribed with red rocket apple. It's that I shared my.
It's that you bribed red rocket apples. Incorporated.
That I did?
Yes.
But as Zim already stated, I don't know what he likes.
Skill issue.
That's hardly a skill issue. It just simply means that I am not implicit in this conspiracy that you all are trying to formulate. You all have yourselves a good day. I am out with my victory. And I don't know, this pen. Bye.
Your Honor, counterpoint sussy bad vibes.
I completely lost track of where this whole thing went about halfway through.
I think the bit has died at this point.
I'm sorry, I blew up a video game. I opened up an old RTS from like a decade ago that I like, and I just see the main menu sitting at 1200 FPS. My GPU isn't even being taxed. The game's just straight up like, yeah, 1200 frames of main menu. You're gonna have the smoothest, butteriest main menu experience you've ever had. And it can go faster.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. People kept trying to bring in arguments, and I kept knocking them down. That's all I saw.
Oh yeah, that reminds me.
What's up?
I love. I hate that Twitter is owned by its current owner because I love Twitter so much sometimes.
Yeah.
A shout out to the fact that like the in the Olympics, like the women's championship boxer from Algeria beat the one from Russia, and the one from Russia was shit talking her.
Yeah.
And the one from Algeria just posted like the image of her knockout blow. Just like shut the fuck up. It's just yeah, you're not a real woman, you're a man, blah blah blah, transphobic stuff, corruption, you suck. Post the picture of when I knocked you out. That's it. There's no words. That's it. Just bruh. Destroyed. There's just kind of beauty in that wordlessness. Just I don't need to say anything. I beat you. Sit down.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, and that fighter, the one that won, wasn't trans or anything. It was just people saying stuff that ended up with it coming out.
Mm-hmm.
People were trying to delegitimize her work. That's it.
Yep.
It's another target to try and attack. You know, wasting their time, wasting everybody else's time on some inane stupidity.
Mm-hmm. And there is there's a very, very, very high likelihood that, above all else, the International Boxing Association, which is now discredited and does not exist basically anymore because the Olympic committee just like blew it up. Something about it being run by like Russian oligarchs, and the Olympic Committee basically caught wind of it and decided to investigate it, and it took them like 2-3 years to basically ban it because they were like, we can't defend this. This is genuinely inexcusable. And then people wonder why Russia was winning.
Yeah, and that's saying something considering, it's the Olympic Committee. They're not exactly above scrutiny themselves.
Yep. Like, you know it's bad when the International Olympic Committee just says like, no, you suck. We no longer recognize you. We revoke your status as like an Olympic association. Like, bruh. And mind you, the thing that like just makes it the absolute worst, right? The whole thing about the about Imane Khalif being like trans or not, that whole thing was just started because basically she beat the unbeaten Russian boxer, and basically the IBA went like, no, you know what? You failed gender test. You're not a woman. We disqualify you. Therefore, this Russian athlete is once more unbeaten. And basically when the International Olympic Committee was like, all right, cough up, show us the medical evidence that this person has XY chromosomes, or that like they have an elevated level of testosterone or whatever, and it was like, no, we don't have any.
So,
they couldn't cough up anything.
But they couldn't even fake coughing up anything.
Yep. Which on one hand, it's almost like funny if it weren't so depressing, but on the other hand, it's still a little funny.
It's like, dude, you've lost every right you have to fight. We're disbanding this because you've just proven you don't deserve this power. Get out of here.
And I have to admit, like, the pure, like, absolute justice that both Hungary and Russia really went in on the transphobia to try to justify their losses to this woman is just like, nah, you know what? You kind of deserve to get your, like, main boxer champion punched in the face for this. I'm so glad they lost. It's so much justice. It's like, yeah, we're gonna be arbitrary and dumb, punched in the face.
You know, and the thing is with a lot of this kind of stuff, it's just so
Like, it seems like every time somebody loses or doesn't get the way they want, they freaking whine about it now. Wah. She's not a woman. Wah. It was illegitimate taken away from me. It's so childish.
Yeah, they're like basically the main countries that complain about all of this are incredibly insecure about their public image. It's literally like what Russia's most famous for nowadays. Just like they're so insecure and sensitive about their public image that any little defeat is just like met with whining and complaining.
Oh, like North Korea?
Sort of, but like at least North Korea, like nobody cares about them as long as they can, because North Korea basically does nothing to anyone else. Russia does actively mess around with everyone and everything it can because it has a huge ego. Like it's driven by ego above all else. No, North Korea's.
I hate to bring up this, like, oh, everyone's like, North Korea isn't that dangerous and stuff.
Not that they're not dangerous.
Well, yeah, but like part of my briefing when I was back in Korea was the fact being, oh yeah, no, public version events is obviously part of your job while you're here, because they showed us 2 videos of the border that you could go check out. I think it was a couple years separate, but when there's like, oh, there's nothing bad, we're acting as if we have our guard lowered and stuff like that. And it's like, oh, cool. It seems as if there's no issues over there. But it was like a couple of years before that video, North Korea tried to bomb the U.S. embassy in North Korea, or they bombed the embassy.
More supposed to be at an embassy. But yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody truly believes, or at least nobody who's, how was to say it? Nobody who's paying attention believes that North Korea isn't a threat of sorts. But let's be honest here. If they ever did try something, which they may, they would most likely get smacked down. Like, I don't think anyone was going to argue on that point.
Yeah.
Because mainly, like, the problem with North Korea and Russia is basically the same, where, like, they're threatening that they can cause actual harm. Like, I think the estimates were that North Korea can basically maintain a full-scale war effort for, like, 3 months. But that's, like, 3 months of the entire Korean peninsula raining munitions and submunitions, which isn't exactly conducive to good things. Because as much as I make fun of North Korea, they still have a bigger like artillery grouping than like entire countries in Europe in like each of their battalions. Or like literally like South Korea's Marine Corps has more self-propelled artillery guns than like entire militaries in other parts of the world.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, that's
and literally
terrifying.
all of it is just to pound South Korea out of existence. Maybe Japan too.
Japan's a special case, okay? Japan is famous not for having a lot of like equipment necessarily, but for the fact that they have the not aircraft carrier boat that can carry aircraft. No, it's not an aircraft carrier, it's a self-defense airplane floater. See, we can't legally have carriers.
Well, either way, I mean, that's pretty much North Korea. Like, that's what they would do. They may have some stuff that could reach over to the U.S., maybe, but I'm sure the military is, already aware and already taking steps against that if need be.
The main problem is South Korea.
Yeah, the main problem is South Korea. We know that South Korea would get hit and hit hard.
Yeah, that would be pretty. But like,
oops, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, just really quick, I just want to verify. It's not that I don't believe North Korea is dangerous. It's that like I think at its core, like North Korea has to maintain more internal legitimacy than anything else, whereas like Russia wants to maintain external legitimacy. Like the ego of North Korea is driven by like its internal needs more than anything, and basically like pestering the U.S. trying to seek validation that it is indeed a threat, to which the U.S. basically just wants to ignore it to like essentially make the little man angry, if you will, because that's just the best way to handle him. But like with Russia, you kind of can't ignore Russia because they keep meddling everywhere, and they're driven more by international prestige and international views than anything. To the point where like North Korea doesn't care if they lose in an international sporting event; they'll just tell their people they won. Russia does care. Russia cares way too much about what happens abroad to the point where they're willing to lie about an international sport and take over an international sports governing body just to say that they didn't lose.
And I think a part of that, it just comes straight from the structure of Russia itself, where, you know, failure equals, well, you ain't gonna be in your position for very long, kind of mentality. So it's always like you either win or you risk losing hard, if that makes any sense.
I don't agree with that actually entirely. Not because it's not fully true. It's just that like it's not so much about whether like you win or don't maintain your position. It's driven more by needing to maintain the ego and perception of the one on top, who is at this point, people I think generally agree, very much deluded by surrounding himself with yes men and essentially believing his own bullshit. To the point where it's like it doesn't matter what reality is, so long as what he perceives as his reality is verified by what you say.
Well, that's what I mean. That's why people have to succeed at every point. Because if there's ever even the scent of failure, he's going to come down hard on them.
You don't have to succeed. You have to make sure he believes you succeeded.
Well, exactly.
The key difference is you can fail all you want, as long as he thinks you succeeded, or he thinks you failed for a good reason. Which is why people will be like genuinely, there was a report recently from like the Kremlin, and it was like, apparently he actually genuinely believes like NATO was sending everything to Ukraine and running out of weapons. And meanwhile, like his closest advisors are like, yep, that's entirely true. The reason we're losing is we're fighting all of NATO put together. They're bankrupting themselves. Yeah, the US is running out of weapons. Yeah, man. You're totally right on this. You got this.
Sure.
And it's like, oh, how much of its GDP is the US spending on Ukraine? Like 0.02%? Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, and most of that is in weapons and like equipment that's already been made.
Yeah, pretty
so
much.
we're not even spending current resources on this stuff.
I saw a whole thing about like how literally the U.S. is saving money by sending the M113 to Ukraine instead of decommissioning it because it costs more to decommission than just give it to Ukraine. Which I love the M113.
Please don't be mentioning like how much we're spending over on Ukraine and stuff. They cut the funding to aviation by like 90% in order to help with sending stuff over.
Wait, 90% of the funding to aviation?
I have a hard time believing that.
It wasn't a newsletter that was pushed out for us. They cut some of the funding that we were supposed to receive for Ukraine.
Oh, so they cut non-essentials. Okay.
Which hurts.
Yeah.
I mean,
you can
either
say,
way.
Like, sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, like, either way, I mean, we're not actively like on a war front with this. We're sending equipment that's already been made. We're not like devoting entire factories to the production of weapons and vehicles. Like, it's,
yeah, well,
it's
that's for the other front.
What is the other front?
The sandbox.
Oh. Them.
Yeah, so things aren't looking so good with that front right now as markets around the world crash, and the only stocks that are doing well are Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, Raytheon, General Dynamics.
Surprise, surprise. The military guys.
The people I used to work for.
But to be fair to them, this is like the one situation where I could just go like, yeah, I think they didn't even expect this. The big man over there is just having a little bit of a meltdown because it turns out if the war ends, he'll be arrested. So for some reason, he wants to continue the war as long as he can. Can't imagine why.
Well, I'm sure there are some good reasons why he's doing it, but at this point,
No,
who
there
knows
aren't.
if those
There aren't.
Who knows if they're grounded in reality? To him, they might be good.
Well, like it's already been like repeatedly confirmed by people, quote unquote, close to him and so on. That basically, as long as it continues, he's not gonna get arrested. But the moment it ends, he's gonna get arrested. So for some reason, he really wants it to continue. And he basically started it because he wanted approval ratings, and he was like, "Yeah, if I do this and succeed, it'll make me really popular." And then it's just kept getting dragged on and dragged on and dragged on, and now he's like, "I can't stop this, or else I'll be arrested."
Well, it wasn't even so much to get approval ratings; it was kind of cement his place in history. That was a big thing for him.
That too.
Which he certainly succeeded as being the absolute, complete failure on all fronts. NATO's never been stronger. Various countries have already joined with him. America is literally having a very, very cost-effective war against Russia. And Russia is just going down in pretty much every sector that you can think of. Like literally one of the only things that's keeping them afloat right now is like such things as Turkey buying their oil.
I was talking about Israel, but yeah, that also counts.
Yeah, you're
He's
talking
not gonna
about
get arrested.
Netanyahu.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know you were talking about Israel. You changed the subject on me.
Yes. We put a little sneaky on you. But yeah, I mean, basically the TLDR is like, it's not that like a lot of money isn't going to like Ukraine. It's just that like the amount of money that's being spent on Ukraine relative to what the US can afford to spend is like such a tremendously massive difference in terms of like, yeah, the US can afford to keep this war going for many years.
It's literally more cost effective to have this happen than to have us actually go to war ourselves.
Yeah. Because we won't do that because it would that would be very bad politically for anyone who would do that, so it's not going to happen.
That's why that's why I say it's cost effective, not just on a like financial front, but like an international standing for one. I mean, by all accounts, America, the United States, this has been an incredibly successful endeavor for them. Like, I'm sure it's not been successful everywhere. Things rarely are, but like, I mean, it's really honestly hard to argue with the numbers on this one.
I mean, look, if you want to keep it the very simple way, alright? The biggest success Russia has made is in inflating the stocks of Lockheed Martin and Raytheon.
Mm-hmm.
Lockheed Martin has just, I think they've sold more, like, they've had a bigger increase in weapon orders in the last, like, 2 years than they've ever had in any period in history, aside from, like, the Cold War at most. When, like, they suddenly discovered that, like, oh shit, we can make stealth planes, and suddenly the US was very, very interested in them. For some reason. But, like, it's the same, like, the amount of weapon orders the US has, like, and the amount that they've delivered in the last like 2-3 years alone could literally win Ukraine the entire conflict.
Yep.
It's ridiculous. And I don't know, for some reason people panicked and it just turns out, oh shit, like we're at national security risk. Maybe we should buy weapons from someone. Who should we buy weapons from? The country at war? The country that produces weapons that are basically half knockoffs of the country at war? Or should we just buy stuff from like, America's pretty good at this. Let's buy some weapons from them. What are you gonna buy? Everything. This is ridiculous.
Did you see the roasts about us not getting a placement on any of the shooting?
Yes.
That was really funny.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, to be fair though, they didn't use anybody who's actually done those kind of shootings. So.
Well, because a lot of them aren't going to be there.
Yeah.
Yep. And I mean, to be fair, you gotta pull it fully fair, right? America likes guns, but I like to think that Americans like guns in the same way, like people like, I don't know, the video game consoles. You know, it's not really about the sport of shooting. It's more about having your own little like weapon that you customize and you like tweak it to your heart's desire, and it's your little personal weapon, and you get your little collection going. You know, it's about the consumerism of it. It's about the vibes.
Consumerism.
Delimited.
AR-15, build, plug and play, build your own gun.
Build a
And
gun.
Delimited, didn't they just literally send some F-16s like right into Ukraine like now?
They've delayed so much though.
No, they're there now. They already
They are.
used them to fucking blow up some Russian shit.
They are. But like, well, no. To be fair, the problem is like the U.S. was basically the one limiting the F-16 sales for a while, but they were also the ones who were basically providing it because no country wanted to send their F-16s until they received planes from the U.S. to like make up the F-16s, which is fair. It's just that the U.S. just took so long to send the F-16s and to start training and everything. Like there could have already been F-16s like a year ago. They just took so long. Part of it is. Part of it is
have
because
anything to do with the current political climate or anything. Just saying.
The main reason is actually U.S. escalation policy is very Cold War era in the sense that essentially the U.S. could probably push a lot more, but they're trying to guide themselves more by Cold War era policy in terms of escalation, where basically
we don't
Russia
want to escalate it too far. We don't want to get involved.
Yeah, so basically anytime Russia says, I'm going to use nukes if you do this, the US policy isn't to basically call their bluff and just be like, okay, anyway. But basically they'll like push one issue at a time slowly but surely, little by little by little by little. And it takes Russia doing something really, really, really obnoxious for the US to finally say, okay, fine. So like for example, Ukraine wasn't allowed to hit targets in Russia with US weaponry until basically Russia parked their entire army on the border and sent them in from the Russian side, and the US was like, okay, fine. If you're going to put everything on one side of the border and attack from there, Ukraine, you're allowed to strike at a classified range into Russia, just so you can prevent this from happening. And they obviously didn't give the real amount because if they said you're allowed to strike 45 kilometers into the Russian border, Russia would park their troops 46 kilometers into the border. So they finally learned from that mistake. It only took them like a major offensive being launched from Russia for them to allow this. But part of it is also just that like essentially the biggest suppliers are the US and Germany, both of which are really cautious with Russian escalation. And it takes the entirety of the rest of like essentially Eastern Europe basically begging the US to allow Ukraine to do things or to give Ukraine things for the US to finally do it. And it's just a really slow escalation game.
And then it's like, even if we're sending stuff over there, we're more nervous about the fact that, what was it, Russia, if they capture it, they'll scrap it, find out how it works, and then use it against us, which is one of the major things as well.
That is actually a fair thing, is like, everything that I've heard coming out of this is that Russia is currently so far behind what we have as in the US. And, well, considering they're currently at, going for a war, I kind of don't want them to get access to what we've got to eat right now myself.
Yeah, but also like Russia, like Ukraine hasn't been given a lot of modern, like the few modern things they've been given, like Patriot or ATACMS, they have been like that's understandable. If you go like, we're not gonna give you Patriot just yet. We need to make sure you're not just gonna like lose this and blow it up, and they didn't. That's like something I would consider smart. But then like, oh, let's give Ukraine an F-16. Yeah, the F-16 that was made in like 1970, upgraded until like 2010, and basically Europe wants to get rid of them in exchange for F-35s because they're really old and like they want to get rid of them. Yeah, like I'm not too worried about them getting an F-16 when it's like a Block 3 F-16 from like upgraded 20 years ago that's being used only for training pilots because it's just out of date. If they gave Ukraine an F-35, then it'd be like, yeah, no, don't let Russia get that shit. But like, it's an F-16. You can buy it from other countries.
I mean, that's just where it comes down to. And even so, even though that tech is still 30 years old, it's still better than what Russia has to some extent.
Yeah.
And not because they don't necessarily have the technological advancements. To a lot of it comes down to manufacturing. It's not that Russia doesn't know how it works; it's that they can't make it. But
Well,
even if they capture it, like, what are they going to do with it? Because they can already, like, they've already gotten access to F-16s. Actually, the case in point, Venezuela has F-16s, and Venezuela has like military deals with Russia. Don't get me wrong, I know they're not the most upgraded F-16s, but they already can get an F-16 if they want. So, like, what are they going to do with it? Nothing. They're just going to take it apart and go, that's really cool. We can't make any of this.
I actually do remember reading that was a big issue. It's just they just straight up can't make the same level of technology. I think China is in the same boat too, if I recall.
Yes and no. China's much better at it, but China has the skill issue of that where, like, Russia peaks at being able to mass manufacture really basic things. So, like, for example, the night optics for Russian vehicles are so terrible that if you go to Amazon and you look for the best night vision you can get, it's going to be better than what the Russian military has.
Nah.
It's like depressing.
Damn.
Or like the T-14 Armata, when like Chinese state media did a deep study on it. China was like, oh, we're gonna buy this advanced Russian tank, and basically Chinese state media tore it apart and demanded the government not buy it because they considered it a scam. And it was found that like they were using like French optics from like 2010 that were sold commercially, and they're like 2018 modern military tank. And I was like, what are you doing? You could literally go into like a hardware store and get this. And you're putting this in your like next generation super advanced battle tank. Yeah, no, this is a scam. And the Chinese government backed off and didn't buy it because Chinese state, like, the Chinese government was pressured by Chinese media to not buy it because they thought it was too much of a scam and would endanger Chinese national interests.
Which is honestly too bad.
I mean, yeah, but like, how bad do you have to be to like make the Chinese media like disagree with the government? You have to be like a next level of bad.
Yeah. Well, I mean that's a big reason why, like, Russia's going for the the political undermining, trying to keep things volatile as possible from like things like social media and whatnot, because they don't really have many other ways to kind of hit right now.
Yep. And you can even see because and like with regards to the manufacturing, the reason I mentioned Russia's so different from China is because, like, to be fair, Russia has some really advanced things that they specifically do really well. Like, I would say in terms of making just ground-based air defense systems that are their own self-contained system and are relatively effective, they actually do pretty well. Or like even in a lot of military aviation, they actually don't do fairly poorly at designing things. It's just that a lot of their like the small details in these components they just don't get them right because they don't have the domestic manufacturing industry for them. Because, like, think about it this way, right? If the US wants to make a next generation tank, they already have really advanced, optics companies that can make them some next level, next generation optics. Russia doesn't really have that kind of industry that they can just go like, hey, so I want to make a tank. I already have like optics company that can make me great next generation optics. I already have like things that computer companies that can make me next generation computing systems. They don't have that. They have to buy it from elsewhere. So they're really good at putting it together into their modern vehicles. But once they got cut off from that, right now what we're seeing is some war models of their like newer technology. And it's basically where they strip away all the parts that they can't buy off of Europe and the US and replace it with like shittier Russian ones. So, like, when you get into that kind of thing, you realize Russia's weakness isn't really like developing some of the advanced stuff, it's just not being able to make any of it. And China's problem, they can make a lot of the basic things, and they actually are starting to get into some really advanced manufacturing in some details. But what they're struggling with is just like the fact that the US has just the sheer inertia of the military and industrial complex having a much higher skill level than they do. And precision manufacturing is the thing that China doesn't get as well as the US. So, like, if you tell China, hey, make me like a million assault rifles, bam, they can crank that out. Easy peasy. You tell them to make you a million good assault rifles, and they actually probably can get to it. It's not that it's easy to do, but they're developing the industrial manufacturing capacity to be able to do that. If you tell China to make you a jet engine, they've been struggling with it for 20 years and they're not really close to it still. And there's a good reason for that. Jet engines are really, really hard to make. The US is one of like 3 countries in the world that can reliably, consistently produce a new jet engine like this. And even then, the US struggles with their next generation jet engines because they basically want the best engine in the world 20 years before it should come out. It's kind of hard to do.
Yeah.
And then you add in the little details that are like, they don't just struggle with that. They struggle even more with things like precision engineering, where you're getting to like stealth technology. So stealth fighters, for instance, require really, really precise manufacturing capacities, because you basically need to make perfectly smooth surfaces with no distortions as much as you can. That's really hard to do on an industrial scale, and it's why the US is the only country that has mass manufactured stealth fighters, and it can make them, just not on the scale the US can, and it costs them a lot more, even though it shouldn't, because they have like cheaper labor and the like. That's why the F-35 is the only successful stealth fighter program in the world. The US is just a skill issue at that point. But that's why China's dangerous still, because they're working on that, they're advancing on this. The question will be whether their economy will collapse before they can do any of this, and if their economy will collapse, which, I mean, it might. Whereas I have no doubt the U.S. economy will just continue chugging along as always.
So yeah, I mean, that's the U.S. economy for you. Like, even when it gets bad, it still just keeps kind of going.
If you want to see...
I was just saying, but honestly, you can kind of probably blame that on the fact that when shit gets bad, we actually take the steps to fix it instead of just, like, letting it always stagnate. Don't get me wrong. Not as much as we'd like, but it's like we're at least capable of moving in the right direction on occasion.
Once every other option has been exhausted, the US will do the right thing.
Yep. And that includes blaming different factions of people in the US.
Well, I don't see how that's the right thing, but okay.
Well, no, it's like one of those things before they take to fixing.
Yeah.
Playing a faction.
Sometimes sometimes some people deserve the blame, okay? I'm not saying before World War II, blaming the American Nazi Party was like the correct thing to do. I'm just saying that was a pretty good idea, all things considered. Spoilers, they were one of the reasons the US was being really isolationist. They were really pushing for those policies. For some reason.
Well, because it helped them out. We don't need to necessarily get into that, but the point being, America at least is capable of moving in the right direction on occasion. Other countries, they don't always show that. And if anything, sometimes they just dive headlong into doing the exact wrong thing simply because of the man at top is demanding so. I mean, like, for example, let's take a look over at China, right? They had worked literally years, if not decades, on their public image, trying to make themselves to look good in front of the public eye so they could start doing things like drawing in investors and enacting, much grander plans. And then Mao came along and what was the story I read? He, saw a movie that, exemplified Chinese, patriotism or something like that, and he was just like, hey, I want to be like America. And he completely, as a result of that, wrecked the Chinese image. That took literally decades to build. He wrecked it in, the course of a few years.
I don't know about that one. China's public image even before Mao was destroyed, because China wasn't really a unified state. It was just a series of warring warlords.
Well, he certainly didn't help. I'll have to see if I can find the thing I was reading about, but either or, their public image just kind of went straight down simply because one guy said so.
Yeah, that is the thing Mao would do. Or shout out to people should be making steel in their backyards. That's a good idea.
I mean, I'm currently making steel.
Wait, it might not have been Mao. Who's the current leader of China?
Hey, Eric.
Xi Jinping's current.
I think it was he. Yeah, I think it was him that ruined the image.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think you might be confused because like Mao wasn't really all about public image. One of the things Xi Jinping has done recently, like he cultivated a lot of the early like China business kind of vibe. The problem is now he's kind of gone off the deep end, and he's like, I want to cement my place in Chinese history. I want to be the leader that reunited the Chinas. We should invade Taiwan. And they're kind of going a little off the deep end with that one. But it sounds like a familiar story, so I kind of agree with you on like he's probably not doing good for Chinese public image.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. It was a really good story, made by somebody who obviously knew what the heck they were talking about.
I personally don't know enough about all this to really give any input on it.
Well, the thing I'm referring was by a guy who's like his entire life, like literally his big education was Chinese history and current economics and blah blah blah. Like he knows China. I'm trying to find where it is.
It just reminds me of like something with that intelligence agent of the like. Wait one sec.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Hi,
Tossifex
Fetch.
just resubscribed for 20 months. Zim cute.
It's a coincidence. I was just hugging Mr. Puffles.
In my opinion, there's too many crazy things happening in this world.
Oh yes.
It's the old Chinese curse. I hope you live in interesting times. Which is not really a Chinese curse, but America decided to say it was a Chinese curse, and now it is. May you live in interesting times. There you go. And yeah, there we go. So really quick, the INR, the State Department's Bureau of Intelligence and Research. It basically does stuff for the State Department in terms of intelligence and research, hence the name. Basically, it's the smallest of the intelligence agencies. Like, for reference, the CIA has like 20,000 people, probably, give or take. The INR has like 500. It's just really, really, really good at doing its job in terms of like having basically people with a lot of expertise who have been working on like really little niche subjects for literally years and years ahead of time. Like, oh, what do you do? I am an expert in Nigeria. Yeah, hired by the INR. You're gonna work here for the rest of your life. How many PhDs do you have? I have 2 PhDs. Yeah, here, you're hired. You're gonna work here your entire life. Don't worry about being employed. Just study your country and tell us things when we ask you questions. And the reason I mentioned Nigeria is because, like, back in when the US was looking for intelligence that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction, one of the pieces of evidence they offered had a signature from someone in Nigeria. And when the INR was asked, like, do you think this is legitimate? Every other US intelligence agency said yes, basically, and the INR went no, because its resident expert in Nigeria said that the way they signed the documents, like one of the letters was written vertically instead of horizontally, that signature was a forgery. And it was true, that signature was a forgery.
Oh, yikes.
Like, the tiniest things, it's ridiculous. You gotta have mad respect for that, but just casually hire someone who's the best in the world at this one thing and just let them do their job,
Cool.
But yeah, they're...
Imagine just letting people do their job.
I know, right?
Just like, hey, do you think you can trust this? Yes? No, and here's why. You just gotta love it. I just beg that I don't have to do that for my job.
Congratulations, Brian. You are now their expert on all things furry.
That would be based.
Fuck.
Hello, Mr. Magna. We require you to put together a 100-page report on what would be the best way to attract furries to the U.S. military and how we can best target our recruiting efforts.
I was more talking about like having to use the aircraft knowledge, but god damn it.
Well, look, they have a lot of expert aircraft people, you know? But do they have a lot of expert aircraft furry people?
Your Honor, take me to myself, please.
Can you imagine, like, you work for the U.S. military, you just get approached by two dudes in black suits, and it's like, we know you're a furry. We require your help. You're just like, oh no. And they just start pulling out, like, your FA profile.
Don't recite to me the black magic, for I've been there when it's been written, for I was there when it was written.
The State Department approaches you seeking intelligence on, like, this OC, because they're searching for this individual whom they believe has leaked national secrets. You look at the OC and it's your OC and you're like, oh no.
So, you know, that's one of two things right then and there. Now, no matter what, I'm fucked. Because anyone who knows me knows, hey, that's my OC. On the other hand, I could try to potentially say, in order to buy some time for my own life, hey, it's blah blah blah's person, it's blah 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 person's, it's not mine. But I know in the end I'm doomed.
Also, this reminds me, I read a really good post the other day, I just pulled it up. A female dragonborn paladin with a noble background is the ultimate switch. She can be the knight, the princess, or the dragon, as the circumstances require. I'm imagining a scenario where, through a series of misunderstandings, she's hired to rescue herself from herself. Priest, Sir Aldis of Mosley. The church's evidence suggests that the Princess Miranda of Foxley has been kidnapped by Firefang the Ruthless. Will you rescue her on behalf of His Holiness? Sir Miranda Aldis, born in Foxley, honorarily knighted in Mosley as a Black Knight after winning a jousting tournament, whose rebellious teenage nickname was Firefang. So about all of that.
I've seen that meme before. It's great.
I love it. Because I'm just looking at it from time to time and I'm like, how funny would it be if I were to pull this off in a D&D campaign?
Can't find it. It was such a good post too. Oh well. If I come across it again, I'll be sure to send it your way. But like seriously, like, you know, just a guy who very obviously knows his stuff. I looked up his credentials. He was legit. And assuming it was actually him talking about it, I mean, like it's just one of those things where you can clearly see the butterfly effect kind of taking place.
Hell yeah. I mean, hey, throw it my way. I love it. I wanna learn more about China always, because I consider that to be the thing that the people in general will end up knowing next about. And I like knowing about things ahead of time.
Well, essentially, all I can remember from the post was
a movie got developed in China that took on the kind of cliche American action flick stance. So it like showed, a Chinese national and like very souped up, very gung ho with guns, and obviously the hero of the movie, like very very patriotic, very very hero-y. And the leader of China, who I think was the current leader, saw it and got really freaking enamored with it. And so, because of this, he decided to change Chinese policy that had been in action for a very long time, since before he came on board, in order to try and replicate this kind of stuff he was seeing in the movie. But but because he did this, then the Chinese policy, which has legitimately been, hey, we keep a low profile, we build up our national or our international image and stuff like that, just completely went right out the window, and he started taking a very hardline stance that ended up ruining everything that they had been trying to build for decades, at least in terms of international image. And it was a very interesting read. All just because of a stupid little action flick.
Yeah, it sounds like Xi Jinping. I do want to like read that because like I know it's like a weird mix of things in the sense that like China, like many of the US's enemies, admires the US and wants a lot of things that the US has. But in a sense, they kind of want it without having to do the work for it, if that makes sense.
This was one of those cases.
Yeah. And it like, yeah, I know it soured a lot in Hollywood's opinion of China to like be basically like, hey, you have to make the Chinese people always the good guys, no matter what. You can't tell actual stories. And it turns out a lot of Hollywood studios also didn't like that. And so they dropped a lot of media projects in the country because they had suddenly to deal with a lot of censorship and restrictions that ultimately limited the ability to tell movies they wanted to tell. And that's our opinion a lot. And then there's just the rest of like the issues, yeah. Interesting note though, actually. I heard the story basically about, because it reminds me a little bit of this. You know how, like, whenever a Russian oligarch nowadays disagrees with the Russian government, they mysteriously fall out of a window?
Yeah.
So, something that reminded me of that. I was reading a thing about how, like, a lot of Russian oligarchs, when Russia kind of opened up a bit more to the West, they would go to London. So London was very permissive of Russian, like, billionaires. And basically, England, like, turned the Russian billionaires into English billionaires by virtue of the fact that, like, it turns out when you live, like, when you go from living in Russia, where you're, like, this really big, important figure, this huge billionaire, and then you move to London, you're, like, 1 in 1,000. Like, there's already, like, a ton of billionaires in London. Like, you're nobody special.
Oh, we lost Raijin.
Oh,
see you, Raijin.
My Raijin.
Right, bye. But yeah, like, it turns out basically London already has, like, this, like, millionaire clique, this group of billionaires, and they do their thing. And when the Russian oligarchs arrived, they wanted to be, like, the big thing, and then they found themselves dealing with, like, oh, look, I have to deal with, like, people who are already used to people like me. I no longer feel like the special little boy. But at the same time, they came to really admire the fact that they could just do things and say things without getting pushed out of a window, or without having to worry about it. Like, they could complain about the Russian government or the UK government and not disappear. And it turns out they really, really liked that. And, you know, they also liked getting to hang around other billionaires. And so when Russia basically tried to crack down on billionaires leaving Russia, they just moved to London. That's why, like, the UK, like, managed to, like, appropriate a ton of Russian billionaire stuff, because, yeah, they all basically tried to move to London. And so when many of them were forced to go home, they would basically be like, why can't we have a thing like that in London where I can just, like, wield my wealth and power? Why do I have to stay here in Russia and be, like, the Kremlin's little toy? And a bunch of billionaires tried to basically work around that, and it like single-handedly destroyed the Kremlin's like raw grip on power that it had over many of its rich people. Just like literally exposure to London alone did that, and it's a really interesting story within the internal politics of Russia, of basically billionaires realizing that life outside of Russia and in the West was just so much better for them.
Mm-hmm.
And they kind of wanted that. But they also didn't want to give up, their total hold on power and their autocratic oligarchical regime. So, go figure. They want the good things without having to do the work for the good things.
I found the movie.
What was the movie?
The movie was called Wolf Warrior. That's the movie that apparently changed Chinese policy because
that's Xi Jinping.
That's what that did it. Yeah.
He is.
And at least according to it, essentially brought out something. At least according to Wikipedia. Yeah, I know, the best source ever. It brought out a thing called Wolf Warrior diplomacy, which was adopted. It says it's a confrontational form of public diplomacy adopted by Chinese diplomats in the late 2010s. This approach is in contrast to the prior diplomatic practices that emphasize the use of cooperative rhetoric and the avoidance of controversy.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. It's that's the movie that did it.
Well, I mean, it wasn't literally just the movie, but yeah, it was like, you could say that the movie and the attitude towards it were kind of emblematic of where the CCP was headed as a whole.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
What is it?
There's a new biter nest.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about the biter attack. I'm more worried about the new nest.
Go kill it.
I'm not worried enough to bother with it.
Even its final words.
Although, I do want to expand my wall. And it's, like, I've expanded my base a lot, but I haven't been getting attacked on the sides where I've been expanding. But I want to expand down here, and, well, I keep getting attacked down here.
Go kill them. That will stop the attacks.
So, the problem is, this one, actually I might be able to snipe it from across the water. Because they can't reach me over here, but I might be able to reach them from here. Especially if I get the sniper. But, yeah, to properly go and engage this nest, which is the main one attacking me, I'd have to drive through about 4 nests? 3 or 4?
Do it.
Depending on which direction I come from, and most of those are really big nests.
Do it.
Or alternatively, I can just send my massive army of bots to go build this for me. You know, expand the wall before I, expand the wall, then worry about, putting in bullets. Or turrets. Oh, yes, I just need some artillery. Yes, yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm reading through it.
Yeah, it's not the article that I came across, but it should be enough to kind of give an overview of what's going on. I gave it a very cursory read.
Either basically it's the core idea that you're getting to. It's like they represent the change in Chinese geopolitics.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think it's so much that Xi watched it and was inspired, but like it's representative of the kind of changes that he's working towards.
Yeah.
But it's also like a little, like, I guess it's kind of implying here, it's a little bit of a feedback where like China has like shifted towards being more combative in recent years, and like obviously public media is like leaning that way as a representation of what's happening, and then the Chinese state kind of adopts that and they try to employ that public image, which just gets reinforced.
Yeah, but yeah, a point being, rather the point I was trying to make was, movie changed policy. So that's the article that helps my point.
I don't think the
and
movie changed.
It's actually like an article too.
Yeah, I don't think the movie I don't think it's implying the movie changed the policy.
No, it does. It legitimately says right there that it was influenced by policy at the time, and it in turn influenced policy as well.
Well, the films contributed to the formation of the wolf-warrior diplomacy image by reinforcing the practiceness of China's diplomacy nationalistic stereotypes. But that's more like their public image than it is their actual policy.
Saying that they are one and the same?
Sort of. Well, it's kind of what I mean. Like, the change in policy came first, and then came the change in public image, which, like, gets reinforced into the policy, but it's, like, it has to first come from policy rather than from public image. At least in this case.
All I'm saying is that they influenced each other.
And they kind of do.
Anyway, I'm going to get off that topic. I think it's been done to death now at this point.
Yeah. So I was also enjoying somebody was like, I called someone a boomer and they were like, hey, I'm a proud millennial, and I called them a boomer again and they died. I love being able to call millennials boomers. That's my what's the happy brain chemical again? Help.
Dopamine?
Yeah, dopamine.
Dopamine, yeah. Dopamine. Serotonin's the
sleep one.
No.
No, it's melatonin.
I mean, serotonin.
It's one of the onins.
I mean, it's also a happy chemical, but it does a lot of other stuff too.
It's not
Serotonin's
the
kind
happy
of a lot.
Right,
it's not
okay.
the happy chemical, but it is a contributor chemical to your mood.
Yeah, I can make it easy. Right? What's serotonin versus dopamine?
Give me a second.
He's
Dopamine. Dopamine is essentially the one that helps you out with it's the reward feedback system. Do something good or do something positive, it feeds it back into you. Serotonin, on the other hand, well, it does give you some satisfaction. It's more important for things like sleep, appetite, mood, and that sort of stuff. So while it can give you some feelings of happiness, that's not necessarily its primary purpose. Dopamine is the reward system. Serotonin is the, hey, you need to get enough sleep and shit system.
Yeah,
Oxytocin is the cuddle hormone, and the endorphins are just they're the ones that give you the positive feelings when you have things like, at least according to this, sex, laughing, and exercise, as well as stimulates pain relief.
What's the cuddle hormone?
Oxytocin.
Hey, Brian.
That's the one that is generally most produced after a woman has a child, and you get that skin-to-skin contact. It's what helps to ensure that the child isn't just straight up abandoned by their mom.
Brian.
Yes?
And that's...
You are oxytocin.
I'm oxytocin.
Yes.
Oh god.
It's
Oh
also...
god.
It's,
Oh god.
Uh-oh.
Oh god.
Uh-oh.
Oh god. Oh god.
Don't get
You're
squished.
fine.
Run, Zim, run. Oh.
You're fine. You got this.
That is terrifying.
Why not make a car? You should make a car.
I have a car. I just came out here without my car.
Yeah, that is a big reason why when a woman who's recently has given birth, when they don't have that skin-to-skin contact, you oftentimes see far more distance with the child afterwards. So the mother doesn't have as much of a connection to their baby.
Why is it that hospitals don't like? Yeah, why is it in that case that like hospitals charge people to like hold their babies?
Because hospitals are trying to make an extra buck.
They
also have the perspective that we need to remove the child in order to get it as, to check it out for defects and blah 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 blah. when in reality, doing so actively does damage the relationship between the mother and child.
Yeah, It's like I knew my question before.
Yeah.
It's the US healthcare system.
Yeah. The answer to any question in when it comes to healthcare is for money.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the answer to your difference between the two. Serotonin helps with regulation. Dopamine is part of the feedback reward system.
Thank you. So that explains that my brain is broken. I don't get serotonin. I don't get I already forgot the other one. Help.
Dopamine.
Yeah. No, I get too much dopamine. I don't get enough serotonin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Clearly.
Serotonin is the funny one because I have to take a selective serotonin something inhibitor.
SSRI.
SSRI. Because
Selective
of my
serotonin reuptake inhibitor.
Yeah, because I have a severe anxiety disorder.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And my brain does not make enough dopamine. That's why I have to take ADHD medication. So I actually feel like I'm getting a reward from just doing simple stuff.
Oh, so that's what it does.
Yeah.
We're back gonna get some dopamine.
Yeah. Well, that's also why it's very dangerous if someone else were to take my medication, because then their brain's gonna go like, "Oh, you're getting enough dopamine. I don't need to make any more," and then it just stops making it.
And they don't want to do anything.
Yepers.
Is that why I don't want to do anything? Because I feel like I'm not getting enough dopamine. What the fuck?
Well, go do something that helps, initiate your feedback, your reward system.
Yes, I'm delaying. I'm like procrastinating on sleep. See, the longer I'm not asleep, the more I can do things, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Procrastinating too.
What is procrastinating? Like, is it just like your body giving you like? I don't know. Why do we procrastinate? What's the brain logic behind it?
Simply because this is the one time of the day where we are fully of ourselves. We have no responsibilities. There's nobody to bother us other than those who we choose to have bother us. And essentially, the whole world just goes on pause. We don't have to worry about such things as
Pause?
bills and whatnot.
Pause are nice.
It's essentially it's our
They're
time.
nice.
It's time that we can choose to do as we please.
So that's why ADHD people are all nocturnal.
Yeah, because it's less stressful.
That makes sense.
I will say that I've read studies that it's also that at night, a lot of people that are nocturnal do experience an increase in kind of their own cognitive ability in a way. I forget the exact wording on it, but your brain can just function better.
Well, think of it like this. You're a basketball player, right? And you play basketball. Which one do you think would be easier to play basketball in? In a stadium full of potential people who may cheer and or jeer you, or in an empty stadium where you can concentrate fully on what it is you're doing?
Yeah, empty.
The answer is the second one. And the reason for that is because you're not employing mental resources just on the, such things as the what ifs or trying to please other people. You're just doing your thing.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why
it's a legitimate thing called a performance anxiety.
So shouldn't you establish the new defensive line before you disconnect the other one?
It's not fully disconnected for the record.
I stay up super late myself because my family goes to bed and then I'm by myself, and this is the only time I'm by myself. So.
Yep. Like I said, this is our time. The one time of the day where we don't have to be obliged to anybody. We can just spend our time as we wish.
Me when I'm because I'm by myself.
But now I end up in a shitty sleep schedule where I go to bed at 4 in the morning and I wake up at noon.
Mm-hmm.
My favorite sleep schedule, though. You make it sound bad.
It's not good for when I get a job again and I have to wake up at like 8 to fucking commute into New York City every day.
Well then, get a job that you don't have to get up at that time.
I get up
Easier
at...
said than done. I'm trying to get another remote job, but theirs are like impossible to come by nowadays.
I got lucky that I got a job that lets me wake up at noon. Literally wake up at 12. 11:45 a.m. This is why I want to move to like the Pacific Coast, because then that way I can just like, you know, instead of having to shift my sleep schedule by like 6 hours, I just shift it by 3, and the time zone takes care of the rest. And also that job pays like $5,000 a month.
Dang.
It's a union. I kept wondering why it paid so much, and then I saw that it's a union position, and I'm like, oh, that explains everything.
Yeah, union jobs.
But yet, good
union negotiated wages.
Go figure.
To explain this, my turrets up there still have plenty of bullets. So me going through and doing this is not hurting my defensive line. If I just leave it, then yeah, I'm gonna be in trouble. But I'm going to be reconnecting it very soon.
Famous final words. I just turned off the air defense to do a little software update. Don't worry about it. Exactly. That's just like meaty thwack. Fuck.
It's the bone in jello. Hey, Omni Omega. Hey, Jake.
What? Anyway, all I'm saying is a peak nighttime is when you like read fanfiction under the bed covers at night to hide from your mom when you're supposed to be going to school, and you stay up super late and you fall asleep in school.
I stayed up super late, but never actually fell asleep during school.
I would just take naps during my study halls.
I was
Never
always
had
well, I never did it like in like high school or lower, but when I got to working on my associates, bachelors, and whatnot, especially my associates, I would fall asleep. But that's because my teacher had a voice that was so freaking boring that I couldn't help myself. And I tried everything. I would drink coffee beforehand, I'd listen to music, I would do everything, and I'd fall asleep. But I was still his like only student that ever showed up, like consistently. And I actually knew my stuff too. So whenever he'd ask me a question, I'd have the answer for it.
My intro to formal logic professor in college, I always fell asleep during that class. That's the only class I would class I would fall asleep during because it was so fucking boring, and their voice was so fucking boring. It was impossible to stay awake.
Okay, maybe this is.
Plus, that class was like after my It was after my calculus, so my brain was already like shot by that point. Like I had like an hour between my calculus class and then this class.
So, yeah, maybe spitters are a slight problem.
I'm surprised you don't have laser turrets. I figured you'd have laser turrets by now.
I have them unlocked, I just haven't gotten around to building them.
Look, I just want you to consider, right? Laser turret equals not having to deal with ammunition, right?
Well, yeah, but bullet.
Bzoo, though. Bzoo.
But bullet.
Bullet's stinky. Laser go bew.
I like bullet. Bullet
Honestly,
fun.
me too.
Bullet.
I actually like. Even in Fallout, I always really like ballistic weapons. There's just something really satisfying about the bang.
Yeah, like I love ballistic weapons.
There is something very satisfying about simply destroying your enemies with a physical object instead of a zap. Granted, zap is very fun. I do like zap. But bullet.
Bullet.
It's like a mechanical keyboard, you know?
Exactly.
Tactile.
God, I got my clicky clack keyboard and Kurt almost tried to steal it from me.
Wow.
He loved that thing.
Oh, and like my lore, you know, my stupid space fox lore, signals to nowhere. All the ships, you know, they're spaceships flying around in space, doing things, fighting with each other, and all of them have just ballistic weapons. There's no like magic shields or whatever on ships. They just have like ballistic shielding plates on them that can't really do a whole lot anyway. So just if you get shot at by a point defense cannon on someone else's ship, you're just gonna rip through your ship. Or, you know, my one ship, you know, has point defense cannons and a railgun. But then also in space, they all use torpedoes, which most times are nuclear armed. So if you get hit by that, you're done.
I'm still operating under the theory that a lot of times shielding in space is done under the idea of giving control to people, in the sense that, like, as long as you maintain your shields, your ship doesn't get destroyed, and it helps you maintain control. And so when you make space combat not about like whose ship gets damaged in what ways and whatnot, but when you make it about shields, you always have that kind of like feeling of being in control so long as your ships are up, as long as your shields are up. Whereas, like, if you make it entirely about armor, you run into the chaos that is, like, having to plan for armor failure, for instance, which is in of itself, like, a really interesting idea when it comes to combat. Like, you don't just have to, like, wear down someone else's shields, and only then do you begin attacking them. No. You have to, like, actively plan to get shot to minimize damage and to work around redundancies and, like, which is very chaotic, and it's really hard to control. So shields just kind of, like, simplify space combat. That's what I've always thought about them.
Yeah. But this is like my own lore thing. It's not meant for a game, so it's gonna be complicated.
True. I mean, I just think it applies to any fantasy you want to, like, give someone.
Yeah. But yeah, their ships are also pretty rudimentary. They're
limited.
They're not very.
I'm gonna ask you to look up what a torpedo is, and then you'll have your answer.
They're not very far into their space age, relatively speaking. But yeah, they most combat in space usually is ended pretty quickly once the ships are firing at each other, because the point defense cannons are just gonna rip through each other, or they're gonna nuke each other.
Yep.
And then you have a debris field, because all that debris coming off the ship is going to run into your ship and cause a big chain reaction if you don't scoot yourself away from that.
So...
Because we love orbital dynamics.
This hamlet shall not fall.
One Kotiago raided my stream with 8 viewers.
Hey, Taya, how are you? How was your stream? Thank you so much for sharing your community with me. Thank you for that raid. Would you like a regular shout out or a random clip from your channel brought up? Hello there, Sticky. Oh, you finally got done with some of the randomizer? Now, how many more games do you have to go?
Vinny, that's basically how the ships in my lore are. But they're not toy guns, they're just like giant Gatling point defense cannons. that shoot very very big bullet.
Oh, okay, Tyat. Okay. Sorry, I thought you meant like you finished one of the games in the randomizer. Jeez, are you ever... Is there an actual endpoint to this randomizer?
Well,
Which,
I probably should head out.
if none of you have checked it out, alright, sleep well.
See ya.
Good night, Rygon.
But you all definitely should check out Taya's randomizer stuff going on. Like, it's a whole bunch of games, all intermingled in this crazy freaking nonsense. I can't follow it, but definitely worth checking out. Well, very nice, Taya. Oh, nice. So is it basically that you unlock something for another game, so you save that, like, Tunic, you beat a gauntlet in the cathedral, I don't know Tunic, but you were saying you beat this gauntlet, you got the screw attack in Super Metroid, so I'm guessing you, like, save Tunic, and then go switch over to Super Metroid, continue with that now that you've got that, and then you unlock something else for another game, save that, and move over to, I don't know, Minecraft for the diamond pickaxe you just unlocked or something. Is that basically the idea of how it works? Or am I way off? Okay. Weren't he cute?
Ah, wow, wow.
I'm gonna go ahead and head out. I gotta get some sleep for tomorrow.
Bye forever.
Have a good evening.
I'll catch y'all later.
See ya.
Is that a threat? Are you threatening me?
You threatened me, bastard, yeah.
I think he was threatening me.
Skill issue.
Wow.
Back to the court case.
Squish Gab.
Ah.
Oh, that's why I'm not getting more explosives. They're being delivered to a,
Me.
No. They're being put in a wooden chest instead of a provider chest. So I can actually get them delivered. Well, yeah, thank you so much for sharing your community with me, Taya. You guys definitely should go check out that insanity. But it's more along the lines of, okay, you got everything you can right now in Tunic. Let's see, okay, yeah, you got the screw attack during that. That'll open up a lot in Super Metroid. Ah, so you advance as far as you can in one game, then save it and move to the next. Okay, I see how. I understand a bit more. I enjoy my drones. My Amazon
Drones,
network.
good. The Amazon network, God.
I mean, is that not what it is, basically?
I mean, yeah.
Watching clips of The Expanse makes me want to play Space Engineers. But then, like, I don't want to do everything in Space Engineers.
I have been having this craving for Space Engineers for so long now.
Well, go play it.
That's so much effort, though.
Yeah, that's my.
So basically, why you don't want to do it?
I don't know, just download mods for ships or whatever. I actually would like a space engine where there were a lot more ship buying options at the merchant, so I could just do that instead. Alright, just in case you're muted.
Oh, hi, Raijin.
Hello.
Oh, you sound better now.
I am in my car on my lunch break.
Ah.
Fair enough. I should start doing that. Why don't I do that? I'm a full lunch break. God, I can't wait for tomorrow. I'm so excited for later today at work. I hope I get a shitload of work, and then I can just sit down and tell my supervisor until the manager doesn't answer about me being hired. I'm not doing work. Let him know.
I really hope you get that fixed at some point.
I gave up on it. I'm being petty and spiteful. At this point, I've given up on like getting hired. That's like the ideal. I just wanna I want them to suffer just a little bit for not hiring me. I want the karmic attribution of getting accepted into another higher paying job and just leaving and going like, yeah, fuck you, bye. I'm not even training a replacement. You never hired me. I don't give a shit. But I can dream.
Yeah.
I did ask my temp agency employer, like, hey, can you give me exactly a list of my job duties and stuff? Because I'm gonna become very, very petty if my manager doesn't answer. Because I'm pretty certain the job requirement will basically have a list of things I can do. And then whatever else the manager requires, because that tends to be the wording they use. But since my manager isn't answering me when I send emails or messages immediately, I'm just gonna pester him until he has to, like... Basically, I want him to have to order me to do anything and everything. So I'm basically gonna become the ultimate bottom at work. I'm gonna become useless unless I have a master.
Fair enough.
And, you know, I'm not saying that'll probably get me hired quicker. I'm just saying, imagine having an employee, like, refuse to do anything unless you explicitly tell them to do something. Over and over again.
I work in retail, that's a normal thing.
That's not my normal thing. We get given a lot of independence, and that's kind of the expected norm.
Lurk, I will definitely say I love those emotes as well. I would still be using similar, you know, not those ones exactly, but I would be using similar ones, except unfortunately I can't get more by that artist, and I have I have a very big desire to have a consistent art style in basically everything. It's a big priority for me. Like, I'll change different things up, but it's gotta be consistent past that at least.
Yeah, basically, if I wanted to draw, like, a terrible curse upon you, I'd just be like, hey, Zim, I hope all of your emotes forever from now on come out with different art styles. Wildly different art styles.
Yeah.
All he has to do for that is make me do the emotes. And then every other emote is just going to suddenly look very different because I'm not consistent.
Feel the backhand of justice!
Raijin, you are fantastic.
I didn't say I'm not, I said I'm not consistent.
That makes you consistently inconsistent. Haha, I am big brain logic.
You know, I was planning to set up yellow science production tonight, and yet I have spent all this time just working on... Well, not that.
No, Zim. You're doing the thing where you see something and you think, oh damn, it's gonna be a lot of work. I'm just gonna go do this other thing that's a lot of work. Marnie. Brown. Ah. Bet you never thought of that one. Ha ha. Ah.
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 Ah. Ah. Ah. Like how I say like something about bottoms and masters and someone already pops up about you being master.
Well, yes, I'm quite good at it.
I wanna be the very best. Like no one never was.
Are you okay, Gib Gab?
No. Why?
Just making sure.
Did that question even need asking? I mean, just come on. I'm never okay. I'm always great.
He's great! Great googly moogly at that!
I want to put big googly ass in the back of my chair at work.
That's what you should do.
I'm
Before you leave, you need to just throw all the googly eyes on everything you can. Just buy a bag of 5,000 googly eyes.
Where's Amazon? Give me a
With
moment.
Amazon, of course.
I'll let you know how many I could get.
How many?
I'll let you know. Googly eyes. I can get 1,000 pieces of googly eyes for $6.
There you go. And just put them on everything.
I think I might get these 500 because they're bigger.
Get both. A variety pack.
No, I need to save money.
I've always thought if I was going to quit my job at Walmart, there's a lot of really dumb, fun things I could do to just make things slightly worse for the store. I've come up with a lot of fun ideas over the years.
I am so incredibly curious. What is
well, since I work overnights, like I could genuinely get away with doing a lot of things with no one noticing until people start coming in. Like I could probably just outright start putting caster wheels on the bottom of a lot of our displays so they just roll around when people just slightly touch them.
Why did you do this? To improve the mobility of our displays.
Because there's genuinely nights where I don't see anyone for hours at a time. I could do destructive things in those hours.
I feel that.
Well, there you go, Gib Gab. Add wheels to the bottom of every shelf. Every desk.
If I want to be destructive, I just have to sit there and do nothing.
Fair.
And I mean that literally. If I sit there and I do nothing, like, all I have to do is pick up the phone and be like, sorry, I'm currently on strike. Please call back later. And the phone will be flooded very, very, very quickly with very angry people. And I don't need to do anything. I just have to sit there and refuse to work. Which, God, every day that passes, it's so tempting to just go on a sit-on, like a sit... How do you call it? A sit-in? Sit-in strike?
Ah.
You know what? I like Brenningson's idea. After I get fired, let me back in the office. I need to collect my stuff. That includes each and every googly eye.
There! I have nearly doubled my power generation. And as such, I have nearly doubled my pollution production.
It's not pollution. It is a toxic amount of plant food.
It's biter fuel.
Yeah, that too.
We are helping. We are doing a good thing here. We are helping the local wildlife to evolve.
Yeah. Good boy.
If you get tired of the googly eyes, you could print out a bunch of pictures of, like, I don't know, Lucario or something like that, and just tape them to a whole bunch of hidden places so that for years to come, they'll be just finding random pictures of Lucario.
Me on my way to print D621's entire catalog on every single printer in the office. I wonder who will get the inflation tag.
If you really wanted to do something like that, you could just make QR codes.
Yeah, but that's boring.
That's boring.
It's boring and it's optional for them.
Yeah, if I print out E621's entire business gallery, they have to get rid of everything.
Okay, so hypothetically speaking, you own an office building, and the next day you come in and the entire E621 gallery is just covered everywhere in the building. Do you clean it up, or do you just demolish the building and start over?
That depends what costs more.
Yeah.
Very possible that it would be cheaper to just demolish it and start over.
Maybe I should just like print out a Word document that says in giant letters, "Hire me," and I'll just like send it to every department.
And you know, technically speaking, I have access to the server room at our Walmart store.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I will admit the one pet peeve I think every IT department has is that nobody who has access to the server room should be allowed there, except for IT personnel, and yet somehow everyone has access to the server rooms. It always starts with maintenance needs access to clean.
Okay, well, that's kind of funny because maintenance doesn't even clean that room. That room is also the it's also where we store a lot of things that are necessary for my job with modulars. So I have to go in there regularly for like fixtures and stuff like that. It's just the same room as all of the servers.
Still not surprised. Yeah. Look, IT is like an unnecessary expenditure. We can afford to cheap out on it, right?
Yeah, you can afford to hire temp workers for people that have access to all of your bank accounts and everything.
Yeah. I don't have access to their bank accounts, though. I just have access to everything. I can't actually see a lot of like critical information. I'll give them credit. They're pretty secure about things. But you know.
I still get a chuckle out of the the college that I worked at, where they legit were trying their best to figure out how they could make it feasible to hire temp workers for security.
They'll do anything, man. Like,
yes, let's bring in a whole bunch of nameless peons that are desperate for money into our place, where it's easier to say what is covered by a camera than what isn't.
Zim, you mistake the final part of it. It's just like, yeah, but that's cheaper, right? Right? See, we're paying them less money, and surely nobody would ever dare steal. That's a crime, right? Anyway, since we're paying these employees less, and they are more prone to stealing, perhaps we should hire a third-party agency that'll, like, audit our employees and keep tabs on them to make sure they're not stealing. Also, since things keep disappearing suddenly, you know, we saved $250,000 by hiring temp workers instead of, like, full-time staff. So maybe we should spend that $250,000 on a new camera system that covers everything.
Oh no, they would not do that.
Oh, they wouldn't until the president gets something stolen, right?
Probably not even then. She'd just go down and yell at us. She'd just go yell at the temp workers and be like, "How did you let this get stolen?" Meanwhile, the temp worker with her, Rolex on his wrist. I'll keep a better eye out. Yes. Or maybe you should just get a new temp worker. Yeah.
Okay. So on the subject of like things getting stolen,
there's actually, like, most modern ways of shoplifting from Walmart, the AP team already knows about it and can follow along and track it. It's just, it's not worth it to try and pursue it. But one thing in particular that I've been thinking about for quite a while, ever since I started at Walmart and I noticed a thing in the deli, I don't think very many people do this, but the way, if you ever go up to the deli counter and get sliced meat, or if you, I guess technically we don't sell most of our fried foods by the pound anymore. So mostly the sliced meats. It prints out a barcode for the amount that the deli meat's going to cost you. And the way it does it is that half of the barcode is dedicated to the product, and the other half of the barcode is dedicated to the price. So you can take that and you can reverse engineer barcodes that will give you that same product but at a lower price. And I've wondered for a long time if they know to keep track of the weight of the product as it's getting scanned. Because if you just like take a couple pounds off of the deli meat every time you go by, you save yourself $20, $30 a trip, and it's really difficult to catch. Especially if you have like your own barcode creator. You know, it's a surprisingly easy way to shoplift, and I don't think there's a way that they can track it.
There's also the simple fact that I have seen so many people in Walmart that get their, you know, the popcorn chicken and whatnot, eat it as they're going through, throw it in a trash can, and never pay for it.
Oh, you think they throw it in a trash can, Zim? Good God.
Oh, okay,
Do you know how
fair.
many
They throw it on. They leave it on a shelf and stuff. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right.
Do you know how much disgusting half-eaten chicken I clean up every night?
I saw some of it, yes. Like I said, I may not have actually worked for Walmart, but I worked in Walmart.
Rick.
It's actually a shame. When I worked in the deli and bakery, I was actually really good friends with one of those people that did the samples. So
I could never bring myself to do it either, Delimited. However, I will say, if their self-checkouts stop working, you know, I will just walk out with my stuff and not pay. Because I am so sick of those stupid self-checkouts being like, please wait for an associate. Okay. 10 minutes later, still no associate.
I'm not saying that if the Purge Night were, like, real, that it would be ethical to steal from big business. Because I would never steal. That would be condoning theft. But... ... fill in the blanks.
Yep, there are so many people starving across the US, and we throw out so much stuff. Which, some of it isn't necessarily the big corporation's fault. Case in point, I know, for example, like 7-Eleven, they used to give out, you know, they would just give out when their griller items are expired, you know, and they can't just leave them out there. They would just give them out for free. Then somebody sued the company because they got sick over old griller stuff they got for free. And, well, then corporate's like, well, we can't allow that anymore. So it's not 100% on the corporation's end, but a lot of it is.
I mean...
Yeah, we can't give out the free cookies at our bakery anymore because of basically that.
Yeah, Lurk, every time that there is... I would rather wait a few more minutes to get an actual cashier than use self-checkout. I don't really want to deal with people while I'm out doing grocery shopping. But I hate self-checkout that freaking much.
I mean, you should consider a pickup then. Like, honestly, it's getting to be a pretty good stage. The only problem is it's kind of questionable with fresh produce. But also, let me tell you, Walmart produce, not good. So don't even do produce from Walmart anyway.
Yeah. I have done this, the grocery pickup a lot. It's just... Holo doesn't want to, and it's like... What? She likes to browse.
Oh.
And it's like, please... Just let us do the grocery pickup. It's so much faster, so much easier. We can control the flow of money a bit more. We can split the cost of it easier. And we can make sure we get everything. But she wants to browse.
A couple weeks ago, I also introduced Regon to Walmart delivery. Since as a Walmart associate, I get the Walmart Plus for free, which is basically the Amazon Prime. I get that for free, and one thing that comes with is I get free deliveries from Walmart. And it's actually not that bad of a deal.
I want to go with that, but I have having the money up front and stuff has been the difficulty.
Yeah.
I know at one point I asked my... That was the one thing I asked my mom for Christmas, and she gave me Walmart gift cards, and you can't use Walmart gift cards on it. It's like, Mom, I just asked for $100. Seriously, why did you have to give it to me in gift card format?
Resell the gift cards?
Well, you don't get as much out of it then.
Still, hey, it's $70, you know? Also, I'm gonna be poofing because it's super late and I need sleeps. So I'll be catching you another times.
Alright, sleep well. I'm gonna be switching games here. Cause I'm gonna get some Cosmeteer in tonight. So, thank you everybody for joining us so far on the stream today. That was Factorio. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, Patreon, and more. They are on the website as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, tippers, and subscribers. It is your support that keeps this channel alive and going. I could not do this without your guys' help and your support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It is a wonderful way to help out the channel and keep all these streams happening. You can also do so, though, by subscribing to our YouTube and making sure you watch some of those videos over there. And of course, you can also help out by picking up some packs of cards through Streamloots, bringing your friends on by, and by tipping to the channel directly. But for now, thank you all so much for joining, and I bid you the most fondest adieu.
Bye-bye. Like, comment, and subscribe.